What would the world be without culture?
Not very happy and a very sad place, I think.
Without culture, we won't know our history. And I think if we don't know our history, we also don't have our future.
A world without culture, to me, is a world without diversity and a world that may lead to conflict.
Culture is more than art and traditions. Simply put, it defines our entire way of life. It's our shared past, present and future. It helps make us who we are, shaping our identity as people, as nations and communities across Europe. In a polarized world, it's the space where we negotiate how we live together. Culture and heritage are the beating heart of the European project. Yet it's rarely part of the discussion on the future of our union. Unless we hear it from you.
Culture allows dialogue, culture allows conversations to come up. It's about communities, it's about bringing people together, it's about talking to people and expressing your ideas.
So for me, culture is something that keeps us united in the darkest times. And being Ukrainian, it helped me really to stay positive and unite with my nation.
Culture is part of ourselves, so without it, we don't exist. So we have to protect it, we have to nurture it, and we have to make the best of us.
We've created a union of states and institutions. We still need to craft a union of values and people. Thriving cultures are essential to facing challenges such as the climate crisis and ongoing war, which threaten to tear apart what we have built together. To ensure peace, security and democracy, we need a renewed and ambitious cultural agenda that is woven into every aspect of EU policy.
Investing in our culture is investing in our future.
We need a cultural deal for Europe now. Visit our website, culturaldeal.eu, and support our initiative.
So, good afternoon and welcome to Brussels. Welcome to the Bozar Cultural Centre. My name is Maeve McMahon. I'm a journalist with Euronews and I'm delighted to be your host today on this beautiful sunny day in February in Brussels. We're obviously brought together here today by Culture Action Europe, Europa Nostra and the European Cultural Foundation, and hosted of course by Bozar, which is Brussels' beloved centre for the fine arts, for this very pertinent conversation about a cultural deal for Europe, the annual policy conversation. And the focus, of course, is culture, the compass for Europe's future. For anyone who's read the mission letter that Commission President Ursula von der Leyen wrote to the new Commissioner, that's very much highlighted in there, and that will set the scene for our discussions this afternoon. A warm welcome as well to all of you joining us online from all the corners of Europe. Please keep in touch with us throughout the afternoon. Get involved on social media. We'll also be streaming live on LinkedIn. And for all of you on Zoom as well, you can interact with all the speakers who will be coming up on stage throughout the afternoon. Because as you've noticed, Brussels is literally a hive of activity. The new Commission has gotten to work. Everyone's scrambling around to try and get to know the new teams, the new MEPs. We're in a context, of course, of President Trump back in the White House, a war still on our doorsteps here in Europe, and polarized politics, quite frankly, from Berlin to Budapest. So Europe really needs to prioritize culture and, of course, cultural heritage. It is the glue that will keep us together in these very, very turbulent times. So today's discussion will focus on the need for the cultural deal for Europe. Cultural deal for Europe, of course, the three proponents of it are sitting with us here. You'll be up and down on stage throughout the afternoon speaking to various speakers that we have. And later on in the afternoon, we also have the Commissioner for Culture himself. So without further ado, I would like to invite our hosts up on stage. The Artistic Director and CEO as well of Bozar, Christoph Schlagmulder, is here if you'd like to come up. Also the Secretary General of Culture Action Europe, Lars Erbert, you can come up on stage. And the Secretary General of Europa Nostra, Snežka Kvadvlić-Mihajlović. And last but not least, André Wilkins, the Director of the European Cultural Foundation. So Christoph, if you'd like to begin with some opening words, you can take your microphone and just turn it on. Does it work? I will turn it on. I will do the honors.
It works.
It works, perfectly.
Thank you very much, dear guests, dear members of the European Parliament. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to Bozar. 100 years ago, this palace was still a construction site. During 1928 and 1929, the Palais des Beaux-Arts, today known as Bozar, opened its exhibition spaces, concert halls, film studios, and conference rooms. This cultural palace has lived through a century of extremes in which this city, this country, and this continent have changed dramatically. And they are continuing to change. Imagine artworks, music, but also our way of living, our decision makers, and the geopolitical realities while the years go by from 1928 to 2025, today. Today, the European Broad Project, both as a communal and a peace project, is under pressure. Wars and conflicts are once again raging at the continent's border. Inequality, polarization are on the rise. Storms, floods are striking at the heart of Europe. Inclusion, cohesion, sustainability, diversity, values that were only recently considered as essential, now seem increasingly fragile or even contested, especially as far-right movements and governments gain prominence across the EU. I started working here half a year ago as CEO and artistic director with a deep conviction culture must play a fundamental role in a wider society. Culture opens up a potentially transformative space. The great urgencies of our time, the promotion of democratic and ethical values, must be translated into artistic programs, but also in the way we are working, in the way we conceive our institutions, in the way we lead our institutions, in the daily practices of our institutions. The reach and the impact of the arts extends to the very heart of the society, not only in concert halls, museums, or on theater stages, but also in schools, hospitals, or public spaces. To express the vision we have for Bozar, me and my team, we like to use the image of a breathing body. The Art Deco building of architect Victor Horta is akin to a living organism in which we encourage the free circulation of the arts, breathing inspiration in, being inspired by a multitude of artists and artworks, and breathing inspiration out, sending back this inspiration to our visitors and to the human society at large. As drivers of soft power, artists bring ideas, imaginaries, and symbols to connect or reconnect citizens with our democracies in meaningful ways. We need places to come together, shared space for imagination, conversation, negotiation. I see Bozar as that kind of polyphonic space in which contradictory voices can coexist and on a regular basis learn to speak together. And that is how I would like to see Europe, a polyphonic space, a space which ideas can also circulate and in which trust can emerge from unexpected encounters and exchanges. Culture can do a lot for Europe, but what can Europe do for culture? The EU is now about to discuss and to decide on its future policies, affecting culture from 2025 onward, as well as on its multi-annual financial framework for 2028 to 2034. A crucial moment for artists and art institutions, but also for citizens and communities. More or less support for culture in the EU budget through Creative Europe or through regional innovation or other funding streams. I will leave these questions for today's discussions. Over and beyond their impact on our fields of activity, the existence of these policies and these programs also carry a fundamental and symbolic message. For the EU is perhaps the only region that actively supports transnational creations, co-production, and the mobility of artists from all backgrounds, including those in exile. In these alarming times, the EU remains one of the few advocates of core values for our 21st century: sustainability, inclusion, diversity, equality, and we need to cherish that. And this is also what Bozar aims to reflect in its future projects. In 2 days, we will open a major exhibition here called When We See Us, a Century of Black Figuration in Painting. An exhibition that does not speak for the other, but provides a space for self-expression. When We See Us aims to multiply and to reorient the perspectives, to challenge hierarchies and to confront the established canons of a European identity that has been shaped by its many diasporas. In the coming months and years, hopefully, a polyphony of voices from Europe and beyond will take center stage at Bozar, showing our hearts can transcend assumptions and borders and encourage citizens to critically engage with the future of our societies. Let us ensure that Europe continues to be a safe space and a breeding ground to make this polyphony happen. I would really like to sincerely thank our partners, or 3 partners for this event: Culture Action Europe, Europa Nostra, and the European Cultural Foundation. And I wish you all a challenging and inspiring afternoon of discussions at Bozar today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christoph, for this warm welcome. As you know, we consider Bozar our home, and we feel very much at home also with the Cultural Deal for Europe campaign. It feels very natural to be here. It's a great pleasure to see you all here and welcome you on behalf of Culture Action Europe, the major network of, as many would say, network of other networks, but it's much wider. It's really a cultural ecosystem that we try to represent, or not the ecosystem, but the diversity of it. And with that, I'm really, really happy to have our allies next to me, Europa Nostra and the European Cultural Foundation. We very much see our coalition in this deal, Cultural Deal campaign, as a complementarity of profiles, and also a complementarity of constituencies, and therefore it's fantastic. I mean, you can't imagine the weeks before this event, like we've never had so many subscriptions and needed to turn people down, put chairs in the back, tell people to stand on the stairs. So somehow I think this complementarity brings together those people that we need, not only civil society stakeholders, cultural organizations, artists, but also the policymakers and politicians that we want to bring together in a dialogue. And in this dialogue, we need both sides, the cultural sectors and the civil society and the policymakers, and therefore I want to start, and I will end in the very end with a thank you, but I want to start with a thank you for the 2 groups in this room. First and foremost, our members, because it's our members that not only support our advocacy with resources, but mainly with ideas, knowledge, experiences, internal consultation processes. You are our agency. Without you, we would not know how to position ourselves in a conversation. And I want to thank our institutional partners, mainly the European Commission, who supports especially Europa Nostra and Culture Action Europe through their Creative Europe grants. With these Creative Europe grants, our advocacy work is amplified to an extent that we really feel heard and be in a conversation. So it's amazing to have both of you in the room at this decisive moment in the beginning of a new policy cycle. I think many of you, if not all of you, will at least have noticed that we've issued a State of Culture report just a few months ago. And while this report reminds us that culture remains a driver for innovation and inclusion, it also shows us that there are substantial systemic challenges ahead. There's a lack of trust. We speak of hyper-instrumentalization, underfunding, precarity, and political pressures all across Europe. And the next years to come will be crucial in terms of policy development to make sure that the policies that are at stake at the moment and in the next months will reflect the needs of the sectors, but also the strength of the sector to really unfold its transformative role that we so much believe in. At Culture Action Europe, our mission is very simple. We want to bring culture at the heart of policy making in Europe. But when we talk about advocacy for culture, we mainly focus on empowering culture as a sector in itself, empowering culture so that it can be that autonomous space in which we experience freedom that is so much under attack across Europe at the moment. And that autonomous space is really needed in order for us to take up the transversal role and contribute to other policy areas like health and well-being, like security. And yes, also competitiveness, which is a word that we hear a lot, but if we do it on our terms, we would like to say that we want to be competitive when it comes to values. Human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and human rights are non-negotiable values of Europe, and they make us competitive in the world. And I would like to say that they are empty words if not each generation fills them with meaning anew, and that meaning making for these values happens through culture. And not only that, but these values are also defended by culture, and I'm only mentioning briefly Georgia now. We will talk about other areas of Europe at the moment, but in Georgia, people are on the streets, mobilized by the cultural sector, and the cultural sector leads the resistance there to defend these values, and I think we cannot but stress this enough. The last Cultural Deal event here in Bozar, we dedicated to the people of Ukraine, and I would say we stand firmly with this dedication. But as we start to exchange ideas and shape priorities today, I would like to make a plea to let the people on the streets across Europe, and I'm not only talking about the EU, but also in our neighboring countries, let the people on the streets of Europe be our motivation to challenge outdated structures, embrace new alliances, and ensure that culture is recognized not just as an asset, but as a necessity for the transformations that we so much need. And with this, I hand the microphone to my comrade, Andre, and wish you a nice afternoon.
Thank you, Lars. Also on behalf of the European Cultural Foundation, welcome. Those of you who don't know the European Culture Foundation, we've been busy for the last 70 years to grow a European sentiment of belonging and engagement of the citizens through various activities, mainly exchange programs and so on in the cultural field. So we call it our cathedral mission, because we've been busy for 70 years, but it may take another 70 years or maybe even more, because that's not something you can do in a couple of years. So welcome on behalf of the European Cultural Foundation. I don't want to give a long speech because we want to go to business. I want to use my welcome words to insert a sense of urgency. Because we've been doing this now for 5 years, our debate, and I think it is a milestone certainly in our work. The first time I think I said we are in a battle for Europe. And people said, why, what are you talking about? This sounds so militaristic. I said, no, I mean, we are in a battle because we have, we are in a battle where forces are coming from the outside, the Trumps and Bolsonaros and Erdogans, and from the inside, the Le Pens and the Orbans and so on. And this is a serious battle, and we have to get ready for it, and we have to have this sense of urgency. We can't just do business as usual. So I'm kind of feeling every year to repeat this, but this time it's serious. I would say, I mean, who haven't understood it in January 2025, this is a battle, this is serious business. And I think we have to look at culture not as a battlefield, but as an important element of dealing with this in terms of resilience, in terms of imagining a better future, in terms of also how to use our infrastructure, our common spaces, and so on. So it's serious business, and we have to bring the sense of urgency also to this debate. It's not just to have a nice debate about the role of culture in society. We all understand this. Thank you for your great introduction. Also, we all believe in it, but we have to move forward. We have to come up with new ideas, because I'm not sure we can say today that we are winning this battle. And I'm a European. I grew up on the other side of the Berlin Wall. And for me, Europe was the shining example of democracy and everything good in the world. And now, after 30 years, I'm saying, are we really winning still? Or are we closer to another kind of end of history, which we didn't really want? So I think we have to look at the role of culture in society. I believe culture is not the fifth wheel when we talk about security and sustainability, Green Deals. It is actually a steering wheel. And we have to look at it from this perspective. Also, when we then talk about the infrastructure and financing and so on. So with this sense of urgency, I go into the debate, and I'm looking forward to get inspiration and going out there tomorrow with a new energy. Thank you.
Dear colleagues and friends here in Bozar and all over Europe and beyond, you know, we in the Cultural Deal for Europe, we are, as you see, 3 organizations. We'd like to call each other the 3 Musketeers. One for all for one. Of course, we are not only the 3 Musketeers. We have many, many, many more Musketeers in our constituencies, and we are thrilled to be back here in Bozar. Thank you so much, Bozar, for hosting us for this annual conversation about culture as a compass for the future of Europe. You mentioned the metaphor Europe as a polyphony. You also said Europe as a battlefield for values. I'll use the metaphor of a ship sailing in a very turbulent waters. The winds, all sorts of menacing winds are blowing from all over. And then the captains and the sailors in that ship, and that's all of us here, we are really having difficulties in keeping that ship in the right course of navigation. And the only course of navigation that is the right one is the one based on values. And that's why we are convinced that when you have a ship, when you have turbulent waters, you need a compass. Indeed, you need a compass. And in addition to an important security compass, competitiveness compass, we need definitely a democracy compass and culture compass that will encompassing all the other strategic priorities that Europe has today. Un peu d'historique. 5 years ago, we started 5 years ago here in this very room, La Rotonde de Bozar. We came here after the elections of the European Parliament in 2019, And we brought the members of the European Parliament, and we thought we are going to use that for a good dialogue with the Parliament. And then happened something that almost a gift. The then president, the new president of the Commission, decided to somehow sideline culture in the portfolio of a mega portfolio of a commissioner designate for innovation, research, and culture was not there. No, culture was not there. Ringing the alarm bell, we said, what is it? Culture is not even there, even not in the title of the portfolio. So the Musketeers went to fight. We spoke up together with all of you. We stood up. Fortunately, President von der Leyen heard our voice and corrected the mistake. 5 years later, so subsequently, during 5 years, l'appétit vient en mangeant, as the French say. We thought we are not going just to fight for culture in the title of the commissioner. We are going to call for much more. We're going to call for a cultural deal for Europe. Together with our constituencies, you have said that with the support of the European Commission, we were sort of mounting the momentum even during the pandemic. And there we are. There we are today, 5 years later. We can be proud for the initial result of that Europe-wide mobilization. And it is the mobilization of civil society, mobilization of the institutions. We not only have a commissioner, again, who is dedicated to culture and who will join us later, we have the political guidance of the President von der Leyen and the Commission number 2 to devise and to shape the cultural compass. So we believe that this is a vital tool to implement the cultural deal for Europe into a European deal for culture with adequate funding. And so there we are. We are thrilled. Thank you all for joining us in such big numbers. You know, there is a lot is at stake. And we are together today started the next level of our joint campaign to put culture and cultural heritage where they really and truly belong and where they are. And that is at the very heart of the European project, if not now, when. Thank you. Enjoy this conversation and contribute.
Thank you so much for those inspiring yet very frank messages to open our conference. Thank you so much to you all. And we'll be seeing you a little bit later as you come back on stage. Just to let you all know, you do have your program just on your seats. You can take a look at it. Some of the speakers have changed due to last-minute changes, but you've all your information there and you can have a look. The main thing you need to know is the afternoon will be split into 2 sessions. We'll start with a couple of panels, then there'll be a 20-minute coffee break for networking, and then we'll get stuck into more deeper talks on budget, and we'll also be joined by the Commissioner himself, and also the head of the Cult Committee will also be here. And then at 6, there'll be a reception for all of you in the room. Also worth pointing out that if you are on social media, Cultural Deal EU, that is your hashtag you should be using. And we have Menna Vellen here with us. She's come the whole way from Amsterdam, and she is our visual artist today. So she's trying to capture the strong messages that you're hearing today in a visual way, and you'll be up a little bit later in the day to tell us what you've come up with. So we're delighted to have you as well. So without further ado, let's kick off. And no better man in the room than the experienced politician from Luxembourg, Nicolas Schmit, who'll be coming up on stage in just a minute. He's the former Commissioner, of course, for Jobs and Social Rights. He'll be on stage in a conversation with Isabel Schwarz. That's the head of public policy at the European Cultural Foundation. So both you can come up on stage and kick off that conversation. Thank you for being with us.
Yes. Welcome, everyone. Well, of course, that's what you would expect when you have cultural advocates in the room, that they would be very fervent about culture and what culture stands for. But why we are particularly delighted to have you, Mr. Schmidt, here is that originally in your former life as European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights. Culture was not the heart of the matter. And the cultural deal Musketeers, the trio, we met you last year in Strasbourg in the European Parliament, and we had a coffee and listened to you and were so impressed about your cultural argumentation, or your argumentation, why culture matters for Europe, and from a cultural perspective and from a political perspective. So that's when the trio decided to invite you to our cultural deal event, and thank you very much for being there. It's really wonderful to have you here. Is it possible for you, please, not just to do it for the trio, but for this whole group of participants here and the more than 1,600 participants online who are joining all corners of Europe today, to elaborate on that argumentation? Why are you a fervent advocate of the value of culture for Europe, for the EU, and for our European cooperation model, please? And as you're no longer a politician, you can be more free and more political.
That's an enormous advantage to be a free man now and to say exactly, or more or less exactly, what you believe in and what you say, which does not mean that politicians do not say what they believe in, but sometimes you have some restrictions you can get rid of once you're out. Now, I would first just add that I have been the Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, and you said, well, this is not exactly the field of culture. For me, it's part also of our European culture. I think this is, by the way, the big issue, because people have the feeling that this dimension of European culture has been neglected too much, has been sometimes even given up, including by the European Union, has been sacrificed to an economist thinking, managed or led by what we call neoliberals. And so I think this overall global view of culture, of our values, because when you are talk about culture and values, both things are, I would say, the two sides of more or less the same coin. And that's why I think I am so engaged, because I think that first asking what makes us European, and it has been said already at the beginning, well, it's not the internal market who makes me a European. It's not even the euro that makes me European, because euro is traded even internationally. What makes us European is some common cultural feeling, some solid values we do not want to lose. And we have fought a lot for it. And we lost them. And we recuperated them. And that's what makes culture in the broader sense so important precisely at this moment. Because we are in a crisis, we are in a turbulent period, which with all possible dangers, we have to admit that. And I think to make Europeans feel European is through also this broad cultural feeling of belonging to something unique.
Yeah, you mentioned also, thank you, you mentioned also in the little prep call that we had last week that we're not living only pretty extraordinary times, but pretty dangerous times. And I think Christophe alluded to it already quite extensively. And I'm curious to hear from you, how do you see that culture can address some of these risks and dangers, which will be discussed also regarding security, regarding democracy, regarding sustainability? If we look at issues of polarization, radicalization, populism, inward-looking governments, frightened citizens, disillusioned youth, you can become quite depressed. So culture cannot do it all, but culture can make a contribution. So how would you seize culture role pretty concretely if we look at that, what André alluded to, if we call it the battle for Europe? What can culture do?
Well, we are in some kind of a battle. And what happens in the minds of people is of utmost importance. You know, I'm not a Marxist, but I'm a great admirer of a Marxist philosopher, Gramsci. And Gramsci, he made a fantastic analysis at this kind of dark period and saying, well, to get power, it's not just to take the center of the government, but finally to conquer the minds of people. And this is about culture. This is about the views people have on society. These are the values people are cherishing. And unfortunately, I have to say, in this battle you mentioned, we are in a battle with those who have read Gramsci, unfortunately, and who have understood exactly that this battle on their side is a battle about people's minds, about people's beliefs, about the values. And when you look at the campaigns, it's about migration. But behind migration, there is a cultural element. They are different from us. That's why they are the scapegoats. They are the enemies. It's about, well, I am not somebody who admires these woke theories and so on. But the woke theory is taken as precisely saying, well, woke is about what? It's about justice. It's about non-discrimination. It's about the values, finally, we are attached to. And they bring in this debate, this battle on this kind of values. And that's why the moment is there, and somebody talked about the urgency. The moment is there to get out and to defend our views on culture, our heritage. I'm somebody who was raised with the values of Les Lumières. And I'm still an admirer of Voltaire, with all his, some also problems and more nasty things. But for me, Voltaire is still a hero. And that's why I think we have to get out and be Voltaires and say, écrasons l'infâme.
So we have the Musketeers, but we don't have the Voltaires yet. Now, are we equipped to do this? Because here again, in this group, I guess we're all convinced, certainly we have to do this, we have to go out this, we're trying to do this, we have the people online, but we're still in minority. And the value battle that is going on is fought with different measures, with different means, with different resources. So what's the problem for Europe? Not to see that we actually need to step up the resources, and not only talking about money, I'm also talking about technologies, platform, digital, narratives, communication, images. Where are we in this? You know, we kind of, it feels often that Europe is running behind. And now if we see with Trump, or the Trump phenomenon, I would say, I think we're still waking up. We're still trying to understand what's actually happening, what it will mean for Europe, for us, and what it will also mean for us culturally. So there again, are we realistic enough? If yes, why don't we have the resources? Well,
I want to make this link with somebody mentioned competitiveness. And when you go through the report, Draghi's report, it's very technical, very economic, but there are two sentences, he says. And he says, if we are not managing to fill or to close the technological gap, which means the competitiveness gap in the new technologies, we will lose not just our prosperity, we also lose our values, our democratic system, our liberty. So that's obviously what is at stake. And this is at stake for whole Europe. Either we are colonized by Silicon Valley or Texas, wherever Mr. Musk establishes his new headquarters and his fellows, or we really make an effort to be equals in this world, not just with the US, but also with the Chinese and probably tomorrow with others, Indians and so on. And we are running behind. We have missed the internet revolution in some way. We have to admit that. And this is an uphill fight. And so it is investing in technology to protect our values and our culture. Because culture goes now, not just in a nice Louvre, which we can improve, certainly, but culture goes through the social media, culture goes through the platforms, to all kinds of other online instruments. And if Europe is just depending, well, we are not controlling. If you are depending, you do not control. And that's why we have to build something fast. Not just the traditional media, where a good job is done. I like Arte, I like other channels who promote European ideas, European common feelings, but we have also to get into the new instruments, the new media. It is incredible that, well, now some more and more people, hopefully, I will do it soon too, leave X. But why not more people leave X? Because they say, well, if I leave X, where do I go? Or I want to be in some way connected. And there's no real alternative. Well, there might be an American alternative. Nobody knows exactly. Or there might be TikTok, a Chinese one. But there's no European. And this has to be corrected. And we really have to mobilize ourselves economically, financially. Yes, I make an appeal also to business people saying, well, why didn't we have somebody saying we create, like Zuckerberg, a European Facebook, or like others, a European X? Why? There is a reason why. So we have to correct this reason. So the economic side and the cultural side, the cultural domination is, at the end, becomes also an economic domination. Both are very much linked to that. And I think it's really a moment for Europe to wake up, to be engaged in this battle, and not to give up.
What we're also witnessing is that these fights and these divisions run through our schools, they run through our universities, maybe in our libraries, in our public spaces, and in the digital spaces you refer to. And it seems that sometimes, from the institutional point of view, the focus is, let's invest in technology, let's invest in innovation. We need to catch up, innovation. But what about investing in people? At the end, it's about the people. I mean, you need the infrastructure, but you need the people. If not, you have the infrastructure, the highway, you don't have the people running on the highway, and you don't have that European demos. So again, why that on the European level it is, or on the EU level, I would not on the European level, on the EU level, that gap, that understanding that it's not only about the investment in innovation and technology, but the people, and how again would you see that the most effective in relation to culture and cultural heritage, please?
Well, education is key. Obviously, it's also key in the terms of controlling of power. So I think that our educational systems in many countries are still running far behind the evolution of societies, and especially technology, the economy, and so on. So we need really a reflection. What kind of education do we need? Not just to say people have to handle well their iPhone and artificial intelligence. That's fundamental, I would say. But also how to make out of education, our educational systems, citizens who are really believing in the values we want to defend. Because when you start to teach kids, you have to start by teaching them also the values. The second one is, well, you have to educate kids on the new technologies. Because now we are living in a world of fake news. We do not know anymore what is true and what is false, what is wrong. Now, you can say whatever you want, it may be true, it may be false, wrong. So we have to educate, especially children who pass a lot of time on social media, TikTok especially, but not only. We have to educate kids how to handle these new tools. I would say, okay, we can do it and say we will prohibit TikTok. And tomorrow we will have a new TikTok. It will be called TokTik, and it will start again. So what is important now is to introduce in our education this dimension of how do we see the world through the social media, how do we handle, how do we make the difference with, between what is wrong and what is true. And this is, a big new issue for education. And so investing in education, investing in skills, obviously, everybody has to get a basic knowledge in this area. I launched a year of skills, by the way, in the former commission, so with some others, and this is key. But here, when we are talking about values, about skill, about culture, about also democracy of our society, that means we have to start early, helping kids to handle this dangerous but also fantastic tools we have invented and which will go on with artificial intelligence. That will be a step further. So I think these are new steps which make education, investing in people, so important. But again, who is controlling the investment and in which direction this will happen? This is the key issue.
I'm glad you alluded to education, and I would say education in the wider sense, also regarding citizenship. So, for example, what at the European Culture Foundation, one of the priorities now will be investing in European digital education, in digital citizenship. So this is a very, very good bridge. Maybe allow me one last question, because I don't want only Europe to look inside. I have one last question, which is related to how Europe is looked at from outside. What we see is that Europe is struggling to find its place in the world, in that new geopolitical order, in that world of new realities. Europe is kind of awakening. I hope that there will be some kind of moment of getting your act together and finding your place in Europe, but it's really, really struggling in this reconfiguring world order. Yet, culture and cultural heritage are formidable assets, a colossal soft power, both internally, if we look at fostering a sense of belonging and a European sentiment, and externally, if you look at attractivity of Europe and all the economic and more benefits of it. So what would it take, or what does the EU need to do better, and how, to be much more strategic by working with and through culture? And that will be my last question. Thank you.
It's a long question, and I try to give you a short answer. First, I think Europe doesn't want now to conquer territories. Europe doesn't want to buy territories. Europe doesn't want to occupy territories. That's behind us. So we have, as Europeans, to show that we have learned the lessons, and we want to build new kinds of partnership with our neighbors or with the world. So this is the difference between, I hope so at least, Europe and others. And others, unfortunately, not just means the Chinese with Taiwan or the Russians with Ukraine and other territories, but also now apparently our big partner and ally, if I may still use this word. So I think we have to build something new in our relationship. And this is not just about bananas and rare materials. It's also about culture. It's about balanced relationship. It's about opening our technologies, sharing our technologies with our neighbors, mainly in the South. Africa, we are losing Africa. This is an enormous risk. And this is not just an economic issue. This is also about geopolitical and at the end some kind of a cultural issue. And this has to be corrected very soon. And it's not the former colonial powers who will manage this. We see that when you take parts of Africa, well, those who are not really welcome anymore, the former colonial. It should be Europe with a new codex, with a new approach in cooperation, and including also the values, including also a discourse on migration. We accept now the discourse of the extreme right, of the fascists, of the proto-Nazis on migration. This does not mean that I do underestimate the importance of better migration policies. But what is unacceptable? That slowly but constantly we are taking over the discourse of the extreme right to make it easy. I do not refer to what happened in some countries recently. And this is the danger also in relation to our neighbors in the South. So building a new relationship, investing in this relationship, including education, including technologies, access to technology. You know, in Africa, the young people, they are perhaps more familiar with new technologies than Europeans. We have to promote that. We have to build on that and try indeed, in that sense, to show that, well, the cooperation with the Global South for us is not just exploiting iron ore or gold as the Russians do or others do. It's also built some more international system of solidarity.
Thank you very much for a passionate plaidoyer for Europe and for culture, and you definitely brought the sense of urgency and the seriousness of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to you both for that fascinating discussion. And as somebody who's been reporting on the European Union for 15 years, I can really resonate with that message. We are still waking up and we are running behind. That's something we feel every single day in our newsrooms. And just on the European TikTok, I actually did have lunch a couple of weeks ago with a group of Europeans from all across the board who are working on that idea. They're very motivated, so do watch that space. Now, earlier as well, in our speeches from the Three Musketeers, we heard about the compass that should guide us for the next 5 years when it comes to culture. It will, of course, be up to the Commissioner to draw out that, and he'll have the help of his team. And that's where Georg Häusler now comes in. That's the Director of the Director General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. He's here with us in the room, so please help me in giving him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
And just briefly, tell us what exactly will be in this and how will you be rolling it out? What should we expect?
Thank you. What a task to speak after such a passionate politician. You will have to do now with a dull civil sermon. So please come down from the big policy debate back to reality. Now, what the compass is about, I think what I try to do now in this framing is for me a little bit, where do we come from, where we are, and where are we wanting to go? Preparing a little bit the territory now for Commissioner Mikalev, who will give you some sense of the vision he will have for the cultural compass. Now, again, from this civil servant point of view, who sometimes do prepare the papers for the politicians, everything looks kind of okay. We have implemented the work plan, we have mainstreamed partly culture in a lot of other policies, we have increased Creative Europe's financing. Creative Europe is working well. We have a lot of support for it. So, you know, if you kind of look from the outside, it looks quite okay. So why are we doing this? Now, I think we have heard in some introductory remarks this afternoon that there's probably something missing. What is the role of European cultural policy? I'm not sure whether, yes, it does. And what can we achieve through European cultural policy? Now, I think what is very much in the back of the minds of all of us who work in this area is that the European Union is something which is very difficult to identify with because this is very much a rational project driven by economy, by taxes, by single markets, by a lot of technical language and technical changes which have happened over the last decades. And probably it is very difficult for European citizens to identify with this European project because it lacks a little bit of hard blood, it lacks a little bit of a human face. And this is, I think, where we want to come in, with the cultural compass, with the cultural policy activity. Now, obviously, the issues which are out there are many. Just to mention a few ones. And on the top of the list, and some of you mentioned it, freedom of expression. Would we have thought some years ago that we were seeing threats to the freedom of expression of artists in member states of the European Union? And you know, of course, we're going beyond the European Union. Creative Europe is covering 40 countries. We do have a lot of issues there, and we have to address these issues. Safeguarding European cultural heritage is still under threat in many, many countries, but of course put forward in a very, very dramatic way now with Ukraine, and you know we are very active with Creative Europe in Ukraine. Now, cultural policy in the regions, quality of life in the regions, access to culture in the regions, not just in the capitals, not just for elites, not just for those ones who can afford it, but making culture a kind of a common good everybody has access to. Addressing certain challenges which are very, very driving at the moment for certain areas, intellectual property, artificial intelligence, and obviously, not least, unfortunately, Mr. Schmidt has left now, working conditions for artists, his previous responsibility as Commissioner for Social Affairs. Now Mrs. Minzato, who is working together closely with Mr. Mikalev on these issues. That's a real burning issue throughout the Union and beyond. Now, how do we want to do this? I mean, we need you, and you are really great because you throw, as always you do, the first ball. This is the first real great opportunity to speak to stakeholders, and Commissioner Mikalev will later say a few things about that, because it's you who will have to drive a lot of this, and it's you who will give us a lot of intelligence, ideas, and also energy of doing this. Now, obviously, thanks, we have the representatives of the European Council, Polish presidency, the Parliament. We want to do this together with the institutions, because if we don't do it together with the institutions, given the weak competence the European Union has in cultural affairs, we can only do it if we have them all on board. Now, what is the aim? The aim is to have a strategic view of what Europe wants to do with cultural policy. The aim is also to fill the cultural policy with life in the European Union. The aim is also, we will speak later about this, to make sure that there is sufficient financing for cultural policy. We need to talk about money as well, even if some people consider it's not something we should do, but we have to talk about money. And only all this together, we will be able to have some sort of a comprehensive strategic agenda that people know where we want to go, but that we also are able to give this European Union, and I think that should really be our ambition, and you said it in your introduction, this human face where people can identify with. And we are not there clearly at the moment. We need a lot more doing in the future. Creative Europe, the way it is at the moment, is not enough. Financing is not enough. It needs to be much more than that. It needs to be mainstream, and it needs to be all the politicians in the European Commission, in the Council, not only the cultural minister. The only is not pejorative, but it's also everybody else who needs to see that culture plays this important role. Now, Andre, you said this time it's serious. I agree with you. I have to say I don't particularly like this martial language. I think we should too much the battle and the fights and all this. I mean, it sounds like video game language, Call of Duty. I think we shouldn't do this. We should have a strong debate, and we will have a debate which a lot of controversy. And if we don't have a debate with a lot of controversy, we are not asking the right questions, let's face it. If we all agree on everything, culture is fine and culture is important, that's not enough. This time we need to ask the real question. We have already seen in the European Parliament and in the European Parliament the really, really fierce debates on culture. I think we will see it in the European Council as well, and we will probably see it in the Commission as well, and we will see it with the stakeholders. But I think that's also something which is good and which is positive. So looking forward to this. Again, coming back to the humble civil servant, it should be something which is more than just nice speeches. I think this time, as you say, it's serious. We have to deliver something which is really tangible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Häuser. You mentioned it's important to talk about money, so we're thrilled that you will be back on stage a little bit later for a panel debate on that topic of money on the very important MFF. But now it is time to kick off with our dynamic panels. We have 3 panels that will focus on culture and democracy, culture and security, and culture and sustainability. To moderate those panels, I would like to invite up for the first one, Natalie Gorgadza. She is the Director General of Cultural Action Europe. You come up on stage. She'll be joined here by the French MEP, Laurence Faring, who's with us as well, a member, of course, of the Cult Committee from the political party Renew Europe. Also joining you here from the panel, the Director of Eurocities, Andrei Sobchak. We're delighted to have you both here physically. And she will be connecting over to Georgia to bring in Tamar Yanashia for this panel, and also Ivana Jovanovkic, who is in Serbia. So take it away. Really interested in this panel.
Thank you, Maeve, and welcome everyone once again. Amazing to see so many faces here and also online. We've heard it many times that the times are very turbulent and our ship is sailing in the stormy waters. Democracy is one of the things, one of the main big topics that we are all worried about. We are worried about the backsliding of it. We are worried about the shrinking spaces for civil society, cultural civil society. We are worried about the freedom of artistic expression and the state of freedom of artistic expression that we see today in Europe and outside. But at the same time, we know and we have heard that culture can be acting as a partner, as a catalyst to uphold democratic values. And we are seeing our colleagues, and we will be hearing from them shortly, from within our sector, in our neighboring countries that are at the forefront of defending fundamental rights. But at the same time, what we want to highlight probably in this panel is that culture has the ability to bring us together and to create, in these times of really critical times, create the feeling of actionable hope. And we see that we are many. Across Europe, in our neighboring countries, we are seeing that cultural sector is coming together. Our colleagues are at the forefront, on the streets, defending democracies. Cultural institutions, cultural networks find and seek the ways to move forward, like, for example, the Porto Santo Charter on cultural democracy that has been put forward by the Portuguese presidency with the help of cultural institutions and networks, and now the youth addendum to it, which will be made public in a few weeks from now. But also we are seeing that cities and policymakers are coming together in order to find new ways to protect those spaces of freedom that are under the attack. So I'm really delighted to host this panel that is trying to bring all those perspectives together. It will be very short, so we will try to make our best to create the feeling of solidarity with our colleagues from Georgia and Serbia that will be joining us online, but more importantly also to work together with our colleagues in the institutions, the policymakers at the local, at the regional and European levels, to recognize and support culture not only as a sector, but it's very important to recognize it, of course, as a sector, but also as a catalyst in upholding the freedom of expression, our fundamental rights, and our democracies. So we are seeing that the attempts to silence the governments are always, very often directed to artists, cultural organizations, and civil societies. We are seeing it in Europe, we have seen it in Hungary, we are seeing it in Slovakia, but we are also seeing it in the neighboring countries. A few months ago, the law on foreign agents have been passed in Georgia. And I'm really, really happy to be able to invite to join us from Georgia, from Tbilisi, our first panelist, Tamara Janashia, who is an executive director of Culture and Management Lab. The people of Georgia, as you know, have been taking to the streets. It's the 68th day, if I'm not mistaken, today. They have been out on the streets following the fraudulent elections in October 2024. So Tamara, if you are with us, which I hope you are, we would like to hear from you what is the situation now in Georgia, and if you could share also your perspective on what's the role of culture in these times of very peaceful civic resistance in your country or in our country.
Thank you, Natalie, for introduction. I hope you hear my voice well. Of course, first of all, I would like to express my immense gratitude for this opportunity to address the wonderful audience at the times when Georgia and its civil society find themselves in a state of emergency, I wouldn't say it otherwise, when all social and cultural life is put on hold and the main focus is shifted towards the peaceful civil resistance that enters its, you said it correctly, it is 69th day today of the rallies, of permanent rallies, non-interrupted. So we are at a very historical tipping point, once again, in our lives, when outcome of the process will determine will we become a satellite state on the periphery and under influence of Russia, or a Western-oriented partner of the civilized world we have been for the last 30 years, or we have been attempting to be. As you correctly said, it all started a little bit earlier with the introduction of the so-called Russian law, or foreign agent law, and culminated on October 26, when we had the parliamentary elections that were followed by announcement of the head of the so-called newly elected, I would say, parliament on November 28th, that it decided to put on hold status of Georgia as a candidate country for becoming part of the European Union and postpone the process until 2028. So this was the moment when people decided to take to the streets for a permanent resistance, for a massive protests, rallies that we are still part of and that are still continuing, jeopardizing all the democratic developments that we witnessed during the recent years. So the law on the foreign agents that was mentioned, which was, it was actually imposed to take full control over the civil society organizations and their financings, and somehow to demotivate them from cooperation with the foreign partners, joint production, to have joint production and so on. So later the same year, another law was initiated. It is on the LGBTQ propaganda that puts everything under threat, and which is quite a vague and very broad concept, and actually puts under danger also educational process, because as absurd as it seems, it includes also teaching of the ancient Greek texts and so on, because they can also be understood under this law. So it also leads to censorship and attempt to control all free-thinking people, artists, writers, and so on. So during the last months, we already witnessed that some historic facts and literary texts were removed from the school program so that people don't really discuss anything that is related to our Soviet past, pre-Soviet past, or research on these topics. One of the biggest problems also in the cultural field that we are facing at the moment is that we have a massive brain drain because of this situation, when very highly qualified workforce tries to find a better ways and more stable ways to continue their professional practices. And so culture is really under threat as the government decided to detain people, peaceful demonstrators, and among them we have several very prominent and not so prominent, mainly young actors, theater directors, journalists. So one of them is on the hunger strike for the 24th day already and endangers her health. A lot of people from the cultural field are under direct threat physically, and of course it is impossible for them to practice their everyday activities. So, what is the situation at the moment? At the moment we experience an unprecedented solidarity in the Georgian society, which is also driven a lot with the people from the cultural field who find creative ways of resistance, because it's really very, very difficult to keep people on the streets for 69 days. So we have to come up with some new ideas, but also to address the problems on a systematic level, you know, because people from the cultural field, they are trying to organize the rallies, support those affected by the repression, raise awareness, organize exhibitions dedicated to the social responsibility, or address these urgent issues in some other ways. At the moment, for example, the theater people who are on the strike, and it's like only 2 state-funded theaters that are operating, all the others in solidarity to the arrested actors are on strike, and they are in the regions raising awareness about the political situation, about the cultural situation, about the consequences that can be brought by diminishing democracy. In these terms, Georgia at the moment is no exception, as we see similar trends all over Europe. If we want to resolve this situation in a very positive way, and also very soon, cultural expression and cooperation mechanisms will be jeopardized on the most negative aspects, as the programs like, for example, Creative Europe, that had a very, very important impact on the Georgian society and the cultural field during the recent years. It becomes very uncertain if Georgian organizations will still be able to participate on the level of the lead party, on the level of the partner, or how it will all continue. This is just one example, because the same goes for the other programs, for the other networks, other opportunities that are at the moment under uncertainty. However, I would say that the society is still consolidated and ready to fight. For example, there is a group, Culture for Democracy, that currently is involved in organizing a nationwide work on creating a national assembly that would be a representative body for different fields, where culture will also contribute from its side and see what it can do for the brighter future. So this is basically what I wanted to say, because 4 minutes
Yes,
is just...
thank you, Tamara. Just maybe just last question, or if you could take really briefly and shortly, I mean, you are being heard now by the really wide ecosystem, cultural ecosystem across Europe, as well as policymakers and decision makers from the European institutions. Now is your time. If you want to make a call for action, what can we do? What can this group of people gathering here today and following us online, what can we do to express our solidarity with the people of Georgia?
Thank you for the question. So one of the things is solidarity. It means a lot for us. Even a small word of asking how we are, what we are doing, but also reaching out to the representatives maybe of the European Union and European Council, Western governments, so that they take to action to protect democracy, because if this government wins and if it pulls through its agenda, we will go backwards for many years, and I don't know if there will be such an efficient way to recover from it. So yeah, so I think solidarity and maybe reaching out with, I don't know, different letters or different schemes, also donations. There are different fundraisers, for example, for the filmmakers from the DOCA film group that actually document the whole process, which is a very, very important aspect also of the whole process, to document what is going on, so that for the history we preserve the situation and also preserve the stories of little heroes that appeared during these recent days, and the people that we learned about that were not so visible on a surface. So yeah, it's very hard to say.
Yes.
It's very hard.
No, thank you for that. I think that's well heard here in Brussels. I would need to change a little bit. We'll have to change a little bit the order of speaking, because a member of the European Parliament, Laurence Farang, who joins us here in Brussels, has to leave, unfortunately, and we are a bit delayed. So we have heard some of their lived experiences and calls for action, but also we have heard what can culture do in upholding democracy. And we have also heard what can the future culture compass look like. So here's the question to you, Ms. Farang. How do you see the culture compass addressing the issue, the topic of shrinking civic spaces, as well as freedom of artistic expression, democracies or distrust in democracies? And how can it, if it can, how can it secure the central space for culture and cultural heritage in the multi-annual financial framework conversations, especially taking into account the call of the Cultural Deal for Europe to invest 2% of next EU budget in culture?
Can you hear me? So thank you for your invitation. I'm happy to see my colleagues Zoltán Tár and Hannes Eind from the COL committee. We are all coordinators, so I wanted to recall our commitments for culture. We are always happy to meet you, stakeholders, because we are in a very strategic moment for culture. As we are waiting for the agenda of the Commission, of course, Mr. Director, but as well for the MFF. But legislation and budget are not all. We also need an ambition, and I think today we have a lack of ambition. So, as you say, we have this object of the cultural compass, and we have to influence it. And we have all to work on what will be in. I think Commissioner Mikalev should be at work with you. But I think we don't see the project today because it was not in the mission letters, indeed the contents, what we want to do, what we want to do for a cultural European space. Today, we saw the effect of the lack of ambition. It can be attacked. Today, we are competing against, I think, two two worlds. We have the USA with a global culture, which is very powerful, and today led by Elon Musk and Donald Trump. But we can see the effect of it. With deregulation, with, I think, maybe no intellectual ambition, we must see where it will lead. And on the other side, we are competing with national culture. We can say there is nothing between European culture and we have as well national culture that is something else. They have writers, thinkers, philosophers. So we have to compete against that. So we must know what we want to do together, and today it's not clear. So that's why we work with my colleagues, and we want to influence the global compass. I think there are many tracks, and you will be very important as Eurocities, because when I'm talking with stakeholders, what do we see? That cities and big cities can have a big role to play, because in illiberal countries, they always are in opposition, or very often. So I know you have networks of very active cities. For example, I met Emmanuel Darcy-Mota, who is the director of Théâtre de la Ville in Paris, and it's a European theater. And what they do, they are organizing and creating co-productions between Portugal and Lisbon, Roma, Firenze, Paris, and they are merging artists from all this country, and what they do, that they address the question of multilingualism as well. That is quite important. So the actors play, each of them, in their own language, which is quite important, because they are creating a real European masterwork. And that's what we need to imagine what is really European culture. And I think it's a question we have to remember how European culture was created by the cities, by the language, and by the mobility of artists. So I think on these three pillars, we have to build together. That's the start of the reflection I have, and I have to deepen with my colleagues these points. But I have to go now. But I think these are tracks for reflection, and I think we have to do that together.
Yes, we have
above all legislations and so on, because you know, if you think only at the legislation level, it's sometimes poor. Thank you.
Absolutely, but still legislations remain important, as well as working together remain important, and we as networks here with our constituencies are ready also to be there to support this thinking together with you, because it's, as you said, what we are lacking, it's in between what we see on the global culture and national culture, but building this space for European culture, that's what is needed, and we are here as a cultural sector, as a European cultural sector, also to support thinking together in this process. So thank you very much indeed, Ms. Farang, for joining us, and we're going to continue now. I will move now to Ivana. I will move now to Ivana Jovanović-Arsic, who is a co-founder of Kulturis, and she's joining us from Belgrade, Serbia, which is another European country that is experiencing civil unrest. For the few months already, probably the same amount of days almost like in Georgia, student-led anti-corruption protests have been sweeping your country. The recent resignation of the Prime Minister looks like only intensified this protest, and we are seeing thousands of people joining now on the streets of Belgrade and Novi Sad and other big cities in Serbia, and calling for a renewed political change. So Ivana has been working very closely with public libraries. We mentioned public libraries before in the conversation, and especially you have been involved with the Novi Sad City Library, which is the second largest in Serbia, if I'm not mistaken. We have also seen that EU work plan for culture and the Hungarian presidency's recent council conclusion are really highlighting the role of the social role of public libraries. So I would like to ask you, Ivana, if you could share your experience on how the libraries can share and foster this dialogue and civic literacy. You mentioned that when we had our preparatory call, the civic literacy in today's shifting political context in Serbia.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this perfect introduction, actually, because I'm really honored to address you all after you have mentioned the student protest happening in Serbia for more than 2 months, because actually these student protests, being our country quite politically polarized, have brought quite social and political turbulence, but have also revived the forgotten feeling of solidarity and hope in Serbia, actually. I would like to say that being us a politically polarized society, actually this current situation we are living in Serbia regarding the anti-corruption student movement actually goes far beyond any political differences. There is not a polarization on this topic of key importance to our country, actually. I would like to say that Serbian students from all public universities, as you have given a brief introduction, are demanding actually accountability after the big tragedy that Novi Sad lived on 1st of November. And they are demanding also an end to this highly corrupted system. We're trying, to survive, actually. So students have gained widespread support both nationally and internationally. But let me just bring a bit of that controversy to this debate, as it was asked just a few moments before, because unlike to what is happening in Georgia, the European Union Commission has maintained really loud silence regarding this situation in Serbia. And I'm afraid that after 2 months, this silence speaks quite loudly for itself, unfortunately. So this is, I believe, one of those historical moments where actually taking sides is inevitable. So given this introduction, I will go back to your another question about public libraries and say that based on what you have just heard, you can imagine that civic participation rates in public and public institutions and public culture institutions in general are quite low, and that institutions are not keen on opening up to citizens. But that's where we come to the key democratic institution, which is a public library. And actually, they play, as most democratic institutions, the crucial role in this aspect. So, as you know, public libraries have undergone more than a decade ago a crucial transformation when they actually shifted their focus from their collections to their users, and that is the moment when actually the magic started to happen. So the Kulturis Association I am representing today partnered with the Novi Sad City Library for the Europe Cultural Foundation marvelous, I need to say, and really necessary program called the Europe Challenge, you must be aware of. We partnered in order to develop a format, an innovative library format, which we entitled Express Citizen Laboratory. This is a library program that actually invites citizens both library users and not users together around the topic of concern of their local neighborhood, of their local community. And during 3 intensive hours of experimentation, I would like to say, they should come up with what should be a prototype of the solution to the problem they started to dealing with. And when I say a prototype, I mean I think about a seed actually of a solution, because after those 3 hours of process, actually the solution is community proven. And what we do with these solutions, citizens came up with, we actually give them a format and sent them to local authorities as a ready to follow example. So I would like to point out that these laboratories, what they do actually, they gather people that normally have never met before. They're gathering in a library, probably for the first time, and we do quite an effort to do the really thorough methodology and communication strategy in order to make our groups, our working groups, as heterogeneous as possible. This is of key importance for us. And when I say heterogeneous, I would like to point out that we are trying to offer a place for gathering people from different geographical backgrounds, different education, different ages, etc. All of that helps us actually to nurture our prototype with that desired diversity of opinions, which is of key importance for the process. So during the process, each opinion counts, and sometimes, having said what I said initially, we need also to put quite an effort in order to activate those citizens to share their opinions with us, at least for the first time they participate. And also, I would like to say that the topic we choose for the laboratories in public libraries are always selected by the community. We leave that to them, and I can illustrate with few examples. For example, we organized the laboratories about deforestation of the local mountain, or about raising ecological awareness among young people, or the citizens brought, for example, a topic of stigma problem for mental health patients after they're released from hospitals, etc.
So you're trying to experiment also with the different ways of citizen engagement and creating those spaces, the open public spaces as libraries, where these experiments can happen, and as you say, where those seeds can be planted in order to grow beautiful trees and flowers from that. I'm sorry, Ivana, I will have to move to our next and not last speaker of this panel, because my colleagues are telling me that my time is already up for a long time. Citizen participation and citizen engagement is, of course, the space where the cities have a lot of experience that you can bring to the table of the conversation. And for us as a cultural deal for Europe campaign, it's really important to engage with local administrations and the cities in order to think together how we can create exactly those citizen-led cultural democracies that Ivana was referring to. So I would like to ask you, Andre, and thank you very much for joining this panel as well. I would like to ask you, how would you see the cities acting as safe spaces for this expression, cultural expression, civic expression, especially in times when national governments may be restricting those freedoms? And maybe you can very briefly, taking into account that we are running out of time, very briefly outline some key actions that cities can take in order to uphold democratic values through culture.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting Eurocities to this conversation. It's really a pleasure for me. And I think it's relevant indeed to be here, because in cities, culture is already a compass. Because you cannot imagine a vibrant city, an innovative city, a competitive city without a vibrant cultural scene. And I also think that cities strongly believe that you cannot have a strong Europe, and we need a strong Europe, if you don't have strong support to cultural actors. And this is what cities are doing. So given the fact that there's not a lot of time, I have 4 minutes, I have 4 points to mention. So first of all, cities and mayors, I think, recognize the need to support democracy and to work with culture on it, and they are doing it also internationally via city diplomacy. For example, when the mayor of Istanbul was under threat to go to prison because he was in conflict with the national government, several European mayors went there to support him. Of course, we support our friends in Ukraine on many, many different things, and also on culture. Just before Christmas, I was with the mayor of Brussels, who supported a movie showing that since the beginning of the Russian war in Ukraine, there was more and more interest in the Ukrainian culture and heritage. You could think that they are fighting the war, so they don't pay attention to culture, but it's the contrary. You can actually see that they are more interested in defending their culture because they know that Russia attacks the country and also attacks the culture. And there are a lot of cities trying now to create partnership between Ukrainian artists and artists in the rest of Europe. So there are a lot of activities that are done by cities, and cities also try to defend democracy when it comes to fake news. We were talking about social media platforms, for example. I think about Amsterdam, who is developing media literacy training also in schools to prepare a generation that is aware of how also these social networks can manipulate things. Second idea is that, of course, mayors also work locally, as you mentioned, and it was mentioned before. In many cases now, the political affiliations from large cities and from national governments differ. And indeed, mayors speak up and try to create a safe place, in particular for artists or for minorities, showing also the importance of integration of new people. Often when we talk about migration, for example, national states are defined via the nationality of people, while cities are open by definition. Cities have always grown by integrating new people, whether they came from the rural areas around or from more far away, and it's not a problem. So cities still work a lot on it and try also, of course, to develop citizens' engagement. I think about the city of Rotterdam, for example, that recently developed in 36 different neighborhoods, work with local actors, local cultural associations to get people interested in democracy and make them part in the decision making. Third idea is about the fact that cities are actually strengthening democracy also via cultural activities. So a lot of cities are working to promote inclusive cultural policies. So funding, of course, initiatives and promote freedom of expression, and in the original sense, I would say, of freedom of expression, because now sometimes in the US we use it in a very strange way indeed. They organize, of course, a lot of festivals and so on. Cities also often offer public space, and which is, I think, also something that is important in the European dimension and what differs also European cities from other cities and other continents. So, for example, I was recently in Bologna, where indeed in the public space just in front of the city hall, there were several artists working together to show how the migrants actually are changing positively the life, and I could see that a lot of people just stopped, discussed with the artist and learned a lot of things, and of course also a lot of educational programs that are developed. And fourth and last point is about culture that also needs to be more inclusive. So it's about, for example, ensuring access to cultural programs for all, developing an ambitious cultural projects for vulnerable groups, strengthening cultural and artistic diversity, and also increasing citizens' participation in defining cultural policies. And this is something that we try to do together with the city of Lille. We have launched a call to action for sustainable and inclusive culture that has already been signed by 52 different cities, including Glasgow and Ljubljana, who are here represented by their deputy mayors and that will speak a little bit later. So it's something that is going on, and to conclude, I would last want to say that we at Eurocities, we, the different cities in Europe, are ready, of course, to work on the cultural compass, bringing in our ideas, expectations, and to work with all the actors of the EU cultural deal. You are strong partners for us, so I'm looking forward to many, many different interesting, stimulating discussions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you very much. We will have to close this one now, but I will just few keywords maybe that we can take forward to the conversations that follow, that we heard from our speakers today. It's solidarity, it's hope, it's collaboration, it's experimentation, and a lot of freedom of artistic expression. So I want to thank you all, Tamara, Ivana, Andre, and Laurence Farang, who has left. Thank you very much for joining. I give you over to Mia.
And thank you so much to Natalie for that great moderation. Not easy to try and pack it all in, and we are unfortunately running 15 minutes late, so without further ado, Sneska, come up on stage and we shall introduce your panelists. And this conversation will be all about culture and security. Marta Częskowska, the Deputy Minister of Culture and National Heritage from Poland, is here with us. Welcome. Also the Hungarian MEP, Zoltán Zár, also a member of the Cult Committee from the European People's Party. Thank you so much for being with us and for your patience. And she'll also be zooming over to Ukraine this time to bring in Ihor Posivilo. That's the General Director of the National Museum of Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine. So without further ado, Sneska, over to you. Thank you so much. Oh, I'll get out of the way.
Thank you so much. Do you hear me? Yeah,
yep.
Fine. Since, as you have seen, we are running a little bit late, but we have a great panelist for not only for this, but for the next panel to come. So I don't think that you need any special introduction from me for this panel. We have already heard so much, how much the security in Europe is also undermined, and the motto of the Polish presidency is security.
Security Europe. That's right.
So very, very clear message from the Polish presidency. And but it's important, just when we are saying security, we're not thinking only increasing our military defense. There is all sorts of defense tools that we need to develop, and that is something that I would like to ask the panelists. I suggest that basically I have the same question to all of you, and we have a panel of distinguished representative of the Polish presidency, Deputy Minister for Culture and National Heritage from Poland. We have a representative of the European Parliament Culture Committee, Zoltán Zár, who is also, as we have heard from Laurence, also coordinator for culture for the EPP group. And we will have our dear colleague and friend, Ihor Posivilo, who will, dear Ihor, hello, greetings from Brussels to you. Ihor, who is connecting from Kiev to be with us. It was very important to have a cultural and civil society also operator connecting from Kiev. And the question is, indeed, what is the role of culture to boost the defense and to improve the security, not just outside of the frontiers of the European Union, but within as well? So, I think you have a time that can we start with the Polish presidency?
Please.
So, yes, I think very important, because you're really making the point, and I think also the Polish presidency, and I know you once said culture sparks unity, because you
have also a very important cultural program of the Polish presidency. So please, Madam Minister, what is your message on this important
Thank
topic?
you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation, first of all. To be honest with you, I'm super surprised and be honored to be here, to be honest, because I was one of you a few years ago, and I was one of the person coming from the third sector, and now I'm actually a policymaker in Poland. I hopefully in Europe soon during our presidency. I'm waiting for the commissioner to come and discuss with him something more. But what actually when we are thinking and talking about security in Europe through culture, I would have to say a few words and emphasize a few points. First of all, we have to remember that the culture is the soft power, and the culture speaks, and our artist and our art speaks more than words, speaks more than everything. And we have to remember that we actually can create through culture the global perception of everything without using force, without any battle. We can create the narratives through culture. And we have to remember that. So that's the first point. Sometimes, in my personal opinion, we forget about this. That our symbols made by our artists can change a lot in a few seconds. And I think that Polish people can actually talk about this through our experience, because Poland didn't exist for over 100 years. And from this point, I would love to say something to our Georgian friends, from our Ukrainian friends, from our Serbian friends. We've been a few years ago when you are right now. I mean, we were fighting for our democracy, and I can tell you it's worth it, because we did the change. So fingers crossed for you. We will fight with you in the European Union during our presidency. It's worth it. I know what I mean from my experience. So first of all, culture is a soft power, and we have to remember that. The second part, the second thing that we have to remember about, the cultural diplomacy. It's something that sometimes cultural collaboration means and can do more than political alliances. Look at each other, look around. We know each other so well. Sometimes we build so many projects together and did so many things together that we are becoming friends. And through our projects that we did all over Europe, we can create communities. And this is actually the part of cultural diplomacy. And what I see my role in the next few months is actually talking. And believe me, I'm not a real talker. I'm more doer than talker. But in the few months, I know that I will have to talk a lot, and I will have to discuss a lot, and I will have to force people sometimes with my words to do something more. So, and through culture, we actually can do something on the soft way. We can, do a project together and show our culture, our point of view, our perspective, something from, we are not negotiating. We are just showing something together. We are building cultural bridges. And, I've heard cultural bridges so many times in my life, but I really believe that it works. And this is the second thing that we have to remember. The third thing that we have to remember, and this is also the security of Europe, this is the future of funding of culture. We have to fight for money, and we will fight for money. Because, yes, We will fight for money because we need Creative Europe. We need money for the infrastructure in culture. We need it. Politicians sometimes forget about this, that because, you know, artists, we can work for nothing, we can work from our homes, we can do something, you know, in basements. We always do that. But at the European level, we have to have funding because we have to have money to create those cultural bridges. So we need Creative Europe. We need the structural funds. We need money for infrastructure to build those communities in those spaces for culture, also in smaller cities. I can say that Warsaw is amazing. Like, we have so many cultural events, we have so many cultural projects. The same in Brussels, the same in Paris. But what about Ciechanów, the place that I come from? 40,000 citizens. There are maybe one culture institution that actually works. One culture, maybe two culture institutions where people are going like often. So we have to think about smaller cities, about smaller communities, about the NGOs, we have to grow culture NGOs in smaller cities. We really need those smaller communities to get to remember and to get to educate those smaller communities. I'm sorry. Yes, more doer than talker. Mm-hmm.
You have so many important points. We'll come back to you. But one of the point was also about funding. Mr. Schmidt, I attended one of the debates at the European Parliament when you were the Spitzenkandidat for S&D. And there was a debate, including President von der Leyen there, and another Spitzenkandidat, it could have been you, but it was another, who said, €1 for defense, €1 for culture. So we're coming back to, so you could have said that as well. Oh, not really? But I want to ask Mr. Tarr what he thinks. It's of course a provocative statement, but it is the statement to make, you know, we need much more also resources that at the time when we are talking about massively increasing the budgets for defense, you know, why not parallelly speak about massively increasing the budgets for culture for all the reasons that Madam Minister just said? So what is your view, Zoltan? You're also coming from a challenging country in Europe, from Hungary. You know what is the soft power of culture and why sometimes the regimes also want to you know, put some limitations to the freedom of expression, not just for artists, also musea, for heritage professionals as well. Zoltan.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Yeah, I just would like to start from my context, if I may, just joining to what Madam Minister just said. Yes, governments or powers in the world could use, and they use culture as a tool to do politics. And the cultural sphere becomes more and more a sphere of war in many ways. And there are movements in Europe which are getting stronger, which start their warfare with culture. They spend a lot of money in spreading ideas, in educating people in certain ways, spreading values which are not really European values, but all this happens in the cultural sphere. And we do know from our history that that's not good. We have had that experience, and I don't think that was a happy experience. We just, last week, we just remembered the Holocaust, and that was a remembrance week of Holocaust. And this is a very, very strong reminder for me, and I guess it is for many other people, that how things can go wrong and how things can start to go wrong. So I think for all of us, culture is extremely important. And if we look at culture in that perspective, we also see that culture is a big business. Culture is also an area where powers are spending a lot of money because it is still much cheaper than spending money on arms and lobbying and so on. But it might be an even more effective way of spending money to change people's mind and change how certain things are being run in certain countries or in a continent. Having said that, I don't want, I mean, I understand your question and I don't want to escape that question, but I also think that if you want to do culture, and if we talk about culture, not money is the first thing which we have to talk about. I think culture finds its way without money even. There are many examples from my country, there are many examples from your countries. I'm sure that it was not always about money. It was about the ideas, the conviction, and the values of people. That is culture. And of course, if you have money, you can have maybe better instruments to do what you believe that is important for you. And that's the problem. When there is money, then there is power, and when there is power, then that always tries to influence what is happening. So for that reason, and that's where I come to answer to your question, the European institutions, and within that the European Parliament, is about to create and is creating certain ways of dealing with these challenges. One of these, the Democracy Shield, which is just being established, and there is a newly formed committee which will be supporting this work, and this is about misinformation, to guard misinformation, to work for checking facts, to help people to find their way around this world in the cultural and the media arena. Talking about media, EMFA, the European Media Freedom Act, all these abbreviations, I'm still very new to them. So anyway, that is a very, very important instrument, and that was already decided, and this year it has to be implemented. We are very, very much interested, and there is a working group observing and monitoring how this act will be implemented in the various countries. This is also very challenging because many countries, including my country, they know all the tricks, how to behave in a way that they live up to the expectations, but actually doing exactly the contrary in practice. And there are all kinds of other ways the European Union tries to safeguard, the European Parliament tries to safeguard what is happening in the cultural sphere, in the media sphere, and tries to help civil organizations, tries to help people, the society, to somehow not to get trapped by those forces which are trying to trap us. And the last thing I want to mention is Erasmus, which is an excellent tool that is also related to what you have said, and some other speakers already told and said, that education, cultural exchange is extremely important. If I get to know others, if I get to know other cultures, if I get to know other people, then it is much less chance that I will do something bad to them. I mean, there are still some chances, but come on, I mean, it's common sense that if I get to know someone, I might not hurt that person. And just to know that more than 1 million people went through this program already. This is a huge, huge instrument. It is still not that expensive to spend money on Erasmus, and that can help societies, countries, nations, generations to really work on what this whole European project is all about. Because, I mean, as far as I understand, this is a peace project from its conception and its beginning. And it has to be like that. So I leave it at this point, putting in all our hearts that education, cultural exchange is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tar. Yes, I think there are so many important for
recalling that there are so many other instruments that are important for this connection between culture and security, and education, an extremely important tool, the Democracy Shield, the Media Freedom Act, all that is equally important as having also, we need a compass, we need all that, also some funding, but that's not, you are absolutely right, that is not the core of the battle. Now, we are now going to Kiev. We are going to Kiev, dear Ihor, 3 years. Almost soon it will be 3 years since the beginning of the brutal war of aggression from Russia to Ukraine. Ever since, we have been in touch with you, with your colleagues who in an incredible way have shown that in fact, indeed, you are not only defending your territory, you are defending the culture and cultural heritage which is under attack in Ukraine. So what is your message to this fundamental conversation that we are having here from Kiev on the basis of your experience? But I want also to congratulate the European Union member states and also the commissioner who just came from Ukraine, where we had this intergovernmental conference only 2 days ago, once again standing with Ukraine, and the commissioner, one of his first trip, he went there, he was there with UNESCO. So Europe stands with Ukraine, but what's your message? What can we do even more and better in the future?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting me to this panel, to this discussion. I think that the crisis situations like we have in Ukraine and in other regions of the planet, they test in the best way what policies, how effective policies we developed, and how important is heritage and culture for the communities, for the governments, for our neighbors. So I think that to answer the question how European security strategies should be somehow enhanced by the right, correct policies, I think that, first of all, we should analyze the real role of culture for nations' well-being and development. And as powerfully already stressed today by previous speakers, heritage is becoming of a key importance for creating tangible and intangible cultural and value bases for the unity of EU countries, first of all, strengthening their civic identities and further development as integral and democratic nations of EU. And of course, we are well aware of this, and as was said correctly before, it's better not to talk again and again about the importance of culture, better to act. But still, we should understand what role culture plays in connection not only to the past, but to the future. And unfortunately, in Ukraine, we have tested how important and how close we are to our heritage, how we are ready to develop and to modernize our contemporary culture. And we tested the connection of communities to our monuments, sites, buildings, landscapes, artifacts, museums, archives, the whole cultural infrastructure. And as you mentioned, Snezhka, a lot of my colleagues immediately responded, displaying that despite maybe of not ideal cultural policy and practices on an official level, on a ground level, communities, professionals, international communities, networks, cultural heritage and cultural infrastructure network immediately responded in the most effective ways. And it's quite clear that when the heritage is damaged or denied, it destroys not only the knowledge and memory of the past, but also the building blocks of peace for the future. And today we have a lot of debates and negotiations about the peace in Near East, in Ukraine, and what is the role of culture in this. And I think it's a crucial role. And what is interesting that we talk about the role of culture for democratic states, but on the contrary, and we should also keep this in mind, that authoritarian regimes and dictatorships use culture and heritage not only as soft power, as mentioned today, but as a weapon in their aggressive policies and actions, both for propaganda, fake news, values, disorientation, brainwashing of societies, justification of its crimes and invasions, threatening political and social security in other states and regions, unveiling hybrid forms of war, and attacking heritage, infrastructure, and ecosystems by air bombs and shellings, repressions, and looting. So I think that among such and already mentioned policies should be much more proactive interagency cooperation and coordination on the ground, sharing of existing knowledge and good practices, supporting cultural diversity, not one culture, but cultural diversity, and exchange, emergency preparedness and response measures for the protection of heritage at war, independent monitoring and collection of data on damaged cultural heritage, developing capacities on different levels in cultural emergency management and recovery, ensuring coordination among national law enforcement bodies and their relevant EU agencies on matters connected to illicit trade of cultural property. And finally, I should mention the wonderful work organized by European Commission. I mean the recommendations which was done by European Commission-led expert group on safeguarding of cultural heritage in Ukraine, which identified 4 priority areas of the policies. Recognizing of values of cultural heritage, it's one area. The second, risk management and preparedness. Another one, documentation and monitoring and data collection. And the last one, recovery of cultural heritage, which was damaged or destroyed. So it's quite clear that not only declaration, but implementation of such like recommendations, as well as adjusting them to other relevant contexts, will be crucial, not only for separate states currently in crisis, but in general for European Union's security and its sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. As usual, extremely powerful message. I can assure you that we heard you. And it is amazing, in fact, to see, unfortunately, we have like a laboratory in vivo. You know, how much is culture important for defense and security with regard to Ukraine. And I remember Andre, Lars and I at the very beginning where we were together at the hearing at the European Parliament, where we were calling the European Union to put indeed culture heritage at the heart of all the engagement of the European Union to Ukraine, to see wonderful job, the Commission, to see that everybody understands that that has to be put at the heart of the recovery, first of all, peace and then recovery in Ukraine. We will continue this conversation. I know that Mr. Todd needs to leave us now, but I promised to Madam Minister to give her back the final word to sort of react to what she has heard from Kiev, what she has heard from the European Parliament.
I see they're waving at us that we should finish. So I know we are like 30 minutes late, but yeah, I have so many things that I wanted to tell you, but I will not. But I will just briefly tell you what we actually, what are we planning for the next few months? What we actually think, yeah, what we actually gonna do during our presidency in terms of securing culture. First of all, we're gonna have few topics during our presidency. First, we have to be sure that our young artists will be secured. So we're gonna work on conclusions about our young artists, how we can help them in their way to the labor market, to how to make sure that they're gonna be safe, in this world, the world with the AI, the world with the disinformation, with the world with so many risks around, like health issues and everything. So that's gonna be the first thing. The second thing that we're gonna do is the conclusions about the AI, and the talk about the AI and how actually. What we see, what is the dangerous in AI. So that's going to be the second thing. The third thing that we're going to do, we're going to talk about how we can rebuild Ukraine. after the war, which is going to end soon, I believe. So we're going to talk with all of the ministers of culture of Europe, with the Ministry of Culture in Ukraine, how we can do it. We have to have some work plan, because we cannot end till the end of the war. We have to have a plan right now. The fourth thing that we're going to do is actually a talk of the Culture Compass, because we believe with the Commissioner Mikalev that we have to start talking not only in the Commission, which of course we have to do the work, but we have to start talking in all of the ministers. So so that's what we're gonna actually talk during our presidency on the political level. But also we're gonna have a huge forum called Safe Cultural Heritage, European War and Crisis Challenges. We recently established in the Ministry of Culture the Special Department of Security and Crisis Management. And I believe this is pretty crucial right now, not only in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in every country. We have to have a plan what we're gonna do if the conflict starts. And also in this time when we have lots of dangers from the internet, disinformation, the war actually is, right now it's in the field, but also in the social media, in the internet. We have to have some strategy how to work against that. Putin is doing a great job right now. In terms of disinformation, in terms of the social media, in terms of the targets that he has in Ukraine. He wants to ruin our Ukrainian identity, not only in the field targeting the museums and monuments, specific one, because we as Poland and Polish cultural institutions actually monitoring what is going on in the Ukraine in the field of culture. But he do the great job in the internet and in the social media, and we have to have a strategy for that. Also, the last thing that I'm gonna say, we work on digitalization. We have to have some tool that will digitalize the old heritage that we have, the objects that we have. That's what we are doing for Ukraine right now. One of the projects that we do, it's actually creating the one system that digitalize all of the monuments, all of the pieces that they have in the museums, to have it in one database. If someone steals that, we can find it in everywhere in the world. So the digitalization will be also a subject. We are working with the Europeana, and one of the conference will take place during our presidency as well. So many things I want to say more. I know they're waving, they're still waving, but I will have to say one more thing. One more thing, I promise you. I think we can win the battle that you are talking about before at the beginning, but we are losing it right now. So we have to wake up, because in our hands, there is a strength. There is a strength in our artists. There is a strength with us, and there is a strength in culture. And so we have to stop losing, and we have to start winning, and it's only in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this positive and threats are numerous, but we have to have confidence. We have to have confidence in the power of culture, soft and hard, and I think you can see that you can count on our constituencies and our networks, our cultural operators, to work with the Council, the Parliament, the Commission to do better. We spoke a lot about threats, human-caused threats, by in particular wars and other attacks, but we also have nature threats, and the next panel is about sustainability and climate, because we also have natural disasters that are threatening our cultural asset and cultural heritage. So we need to continue that conversation in other fields. Thank you so much, everyone on the panel, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. Another excellent panel. A pity we have to cut it already. Thank you so much for that, and to the Minister. Indeed, Snežka mentioned nature. So this next panel will discuss the link between culture and sustainability. Those of you who are consulting your programs probably realize that now should be the coffee break. We've pushed it a little bit later, but don't worry, you will get your caffeine fix. But for now, we'll continue with our last panel, which will be moderated by André Wilkens, the Director, of course, of the European Cultural Foundation. We'd like to invite now the Austrian MEP, Hannes Heide, up on stage, a member as well of the Cult Committee. Great to have you with us, from the Socialists and Democrats. And also from Scotland, we have here with us Bailey Annette Christie. She's the Deputy Mayor for Culture, Sport and International Relations at Glasgow City Council, and the Chair as well of Glasgow Life. Welcome. Lovely to have you in Brussels. And last but not least, Silja Fischer, the Secretary General at the International Music Council. And for those of you online, thank you so much for staying with us. Keep your questions and comments coming in, and we'll try and get to them as well later on throughout the afternoon. Hello, welcome.
Yes, hello. So it will be very a very urgent panel. Not only because of the subject, but also because we have to make up time. So it's a kind of a speed dating on culture and sustainability, I'm afraid, because we have to get back into the program. So it's a third topic we're discussing, but in many ways, I think it's the first topic. Because if we don't, we are living in a world where we're also losing the battle for sustainability, and we are in a climate crisis, but it's not only the climate crisis, we are in a crisis of sustainability on many fronts. So how are we doing? This is what we are discussing. And I remember we talked before that we are doing this now for 5 years, and you know, ups and downs in terms of different topics. And at some time, the topic of climate sustainability, the new European Bauhaus, was top of the agenda. And somehow, not only in this discussion, it kind of sank to number 3, number 4, number 5, but it can't, because it is actually number 1 topic. If we can't solve this issue, we can't talk about democracy, we can't talk about security, we can't even talk about culture. So we need to tackle it with the shortest possible attention and on time. So we really have to be very focused. I know we have a great panel here. We have the European dimension with the European Parliament representative. We have the local dimension from Glasgow, and we have the dimension from the artistic sector. So let's start with the European dimension. Short, crisp, to the point, very urgent, please.
It works. So you've mentioned climate change, we talk about European Union, and we talk about culture. But when we face the reality, the European Union is existentially in danger. There are political groups that say we are against it because it's not democratic, because it's democratic. Culture is framed as woke, and they want to save money. They want to save spending for the cultural and creative sectors. And they also deny climate change. And this is a political reality that these powers get more and more influence and power. And on the other hand, we have a sector, a cultural sector, which is economically very important. It's very important for our social life. Remember, the pandemics have shown how important culture is for our everyday life and what we miss if it is not there. And we are vulnerable. This was also shown. And it's not in the priorities, is my feeling, sustainability, but we have to bring it back on the agenda, and we have to show how important it is for our development. And the creative sectors have quite a potential. And if you fund this sector, then the socio-economic effects are highest. And this is why it is so important in funding that we get more money for culture. And for me, the MFF is also a cultural compass. We will see how much money will be spent and how much green initiatives will be funded via culture. And 2% for me, it's not enough. 2% in the MFF is not enough. We need a strong and independent creative Europe, but we have to be aware the operating cost of cultural institutions like the Opera House in Paris have the same amount we have for culture in the European Union. We need more money, but we need also funding from other European programs. And one example for me is the European Fund for Regional Development. There should be more money for cultural sites, for cultural initiatives. And then we can come to the green transition, because we can use this money for bringing life into buildings that are empty, bringing life in existing cultural infrastructure, which needs investment. And it needs green investment. And we also have to talk about education, involvement of young people in cultural sites. And sorry to say it, but is anybody here who can show me which commissioner has education in her portfolio? Because it is not mentioned. It was a big fight 5 years ago to bring culture back into the Commission, and we need a big fight to bring education back in the European Commission. And yes, there's a lot to say. We are short of time. But there are so many ways for a sustainable culture work. Take European capitals of culture, bring the criteria, bring the guidelines of the green European capitals into the European capitals of culture. There are also opportunities even for culture in the nature restoration law when it is about city development, about regional development. There are ways to bring up the money spent for the cultural and creative sector to far more than 2%. But if we want to win any battle, if there is any battle, then it won't be enough with 2%, where we still do not know how these 2% have been spent by the European member states. And this is also, I see, as one of the obligations of the work in the Committee for Culture and Education, to see how in the Recovery Fund and how in cultural programs these 2% have been spent, if they have been spent anyway.
Well, thank you. So you see, you have a big fan base here by calling for more than 2%. Let's come back to that. But we're very grateful that we have the Deputy Mayor of Glasgow here. So we're going from the European level to the sort of city, local level, and even outside the EU. But, you know, the UK, certainly Scotland is part of the European community. So let's take it from there. So please tell us where the question of culture and sustainability is at your city, and what you can maybe tell us here in the room where it can be done most effectively.
Okay. Thank you. Absolute honour to be with you today. Glasgow is still a European city, and like the rest of Scotland, we are committed to Europe, and we see our future in Europe's heart. So Glasgow was the UK's first capital of culture, as you know. We spoke about it earlier in 1990. And we see the compass, the culture compass, as vital for the future. I'm just going to do a wee quote, and I will be as quick as possible just to sort of kick it off what I'm trying to say here. Now, this is from an American president, not the orange one at the moment, but a different one. Culture is a nation's most precious heritage, for it is in our artistic expression and works of art that we reveal ourselves and to others, that inner being within us which guides us as a nation and as cities. And when there's no vision, people will perish. So that, I see, is what the culture compass needs to do, guide us forward and keep us true to that vision. Now, Glasgow's Scotland's biggest city. We have the majority of the creatives living within the city, 41% of the actors, dancers, broadcasters, visual artists, and so on. And ever since 1990, we've invested, because that kicked off a culture-led regeneration of our city from a post-industrial period, we were a big shipbuilding city, to this cultural city. And since that time, over the next 30 years or so, we've invested 1.3 billion in infrastructure, cultural infrastructure. And our creative industries now turn over every year about 1.5 billion pounds. Now, to deliver all of this, the thing that's a wee bit different from Glasgow, we have an organisation, the only one of its kind in the UK, and I think there's only maybe one or two globally that do this. So I'm the chair of Glasgow Life. It's an arm's length charity, an arm's length organisation from the local authority, from the city administration, a charity that endeavours to support people through culture and sport. It's underwritten financially by the local authority, so it gives it an annual grant, but the charitable status means that it can attract philanthropy and different sorts of fundings, and also has a commercial element. It generates income through the various events that we hold, both culturally and in the sporting arena. And that money, that income, is reinvested back into the charitable works, which gets into the communities. So the sporting and the cultural activities happening in the communities all of the time, every day of the year. It's a delivery organisation, so puts on programmes and events. It's a partner organisation working with local providers, and it's an enabler, providing expertise and guidance. Also, as I say, generating income. So, what we've done recently, and I have a copy here, sorry I don't have a copy for everyone, but last summer we launched the new Glasgow Culture Strategy. It's citywide, it's not just a local authority, it was developed in partnership with the creative sector and through engagement with local communities and from visitors as well. What did they see in Glasgow? Why did people come to visit? And local people, remember that they're also visitors in the city too, and they experience all the cultural activities. It's 4 priorities in the strategy, much of what we've heard already today. A cultural profile, so what's unique about us, what's our identity as a city, what we got to offer. Participation for citizens and visitors from near and far, and skills. We've spoken about education, pathways into the creative industries to build that future, and that'll keep that compass going in the right direction. And getting back to the point, sustainability. So, sustainability, that means a number of things. Obviously, the challenges of the climate that we're facing, to make sure there is climate justice, to make sure we make the buildings fit for purpose, but also sustainability of the sector, that they are funded appropriately. Yes, a lot more than 2% is needed, but also, and as we've heard repeatedly, we need action, and that's where we are now with our culture strategy in the action plan phase. So not warm words, there's deeds now happening to change things. Culture is embedded in every single strategy in Glasgow's whole strategic plan for the city, whether that's economy, our international plans, our city centre regeneration. We're reinventing one of our main streets as a culture and heritage district. Recently, the Scottish Government have also put their money where their mouth is. Their multi-year funding awarded last week through Creative Scotland. Glasgow Life has seen an investment coming from Creative Scotland of £3.8 million. Glasgow culture is at the heart of our city, and I believe that culture can change lives, as we all know, all working in the profession, but creativity takes courage. So we must never stand still. We've got to continue to change lives, working together, and use that culture compass to follow our path and our destiny. And I'll end, if you don't mind, just with something very Scottish. The Scottish play that we dare not say its name because of the superstition. If we're going to have courage, let's stick courage to the sticking place. So screw your courage to the sticking place and let's move forward together.
Okay. Thank you. Now over to you. We had the European level, the city level, and now we have the International Music Council. So what do you expect of the Compass, and what do you expect actually on this intersection of culture and sustainability?
Much. Thank you for having me. Actually, I would like to end the angle with which we address the issue of sustainability a little bit. And yes, indeed, when we talk about sustainable development, indeed, traditionally we talk about 3 pillars. We talk about human development, we talk about social development, we talk about ecological development. But there's a missing pillar, and that's cultural development. And this is where I'm here, because the International Music Council is part of the steering group of the Culture 2030 goal campaign. This campaign addresses a world that we face today where we have a sustainable development agenda which is going on until 2030, but an agenda where culture is absent. This agenda has 17 goals. There's no goal for culture. We have done, all of us have done an intellectual exercise to see where are the entry points for culture. Does it work? Yep. Where are the entry points for culture? We have seen some entry points, but it is still very, very difficult for us, for the culture sector, to actually thrive and develop ourselves without having a dedicated goal that addresses our issues. Now I will start at the end, what I wanted to say at the end, and that is for sustainable development to be, or for development as such to be sustainable and effective, it needs to be culturally informed, it needs to be culturally relevant, and it needs to be culturally. What will work for the world will also work for the European Union, will also work at national level, will also work at city level. So this is our goal with this campaign. Now, I have really carefully listened to all speakers until now, and really this question of the cultural compass, of where is the role for culture in the Union, very much resonates with what concerns are in the Culture 2030 goal campaign. And maybe, since time is short, I would like to share some ideas that we have developed, and I think Ihor has made the connection in the last panel between sustainable development, between culture, well-being. The Culture 2030 goal campaign has published a zero draft of a culture goal for the Mondiacult 2022 conference, and it was entitled Ensure Cultural Sustainability for the Well-Being of All. Now, draft has 10 targets. And maybe these 10 targets could be an inspiration for the development of such a cultural compass, because I also believe that, or we also believe that this cultural compass will be developed at intergovernmental level, it will be developed at national level, we heard it, but it should also be developed by ourselves, civil society, by the cultural sector itself. We also need to know, what do we want this cultural compass to be? So maybe the 10 targets, if I may, of the Culture 2030 Goal campaign give... Yes, I will be very quick, thank you. Just give me a second to open. Sorry.
Okay, I have to say
there will
that...
be targets about... Well, the targets are related, of course. We are in the intergovernmental setting. We talk about the convention, the culture conventions of UNESCO. But the first target is about cultural rights. Then there's a target about the diversity of cultural expressions. There's a target about addressing cultural heritage in all its dimensions. There's also a target we should not forget. We are in the International Decade of Indigenous Peoples. So we also have to address the needs of Indigenous peoples in line with what they consider are their needs. So there are a lot of points that we have already developed which could serve, indeed, maybe as an inspiration for the cultural sector in Europe to think about what should that cultural compass actually be about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to be such a spoiler here for this debate because for a number of minutes, 10, probably 20, there's a sign up here, time's up. And I don't know what it means. Is it time up for sustainability or is it time up for our panel? I think time is up for sustainability, but unfortunately also for our panel. So thank you very much. We have to have a short break, I think, and then we have to move to the next panel. So let's keep up our not only talking about it, but actually working on the question of sustainability and culture, and certainly more than 2%. We blocked that. So thank you very much.
So welcome, Commissioner. We're delighted to have you here. I know you've had a very busy few weeks, so welcome to this very important dialogue about the culture compass for Europe's future. And thank you so much to everyone again for your attention. As I said, there will be more networking a little bit later. And of course, we'll be having a very, very important conversation, a panel debate about the budget, the MFF. But before we dive into those conversations, it is time for some reflection with emerging artists, Leander Kempf, a dancer and a choreographer, and Sam Alexander, a poet and multidisciplinary artist. For this segment, we will also be joined here up on stage by Stephanie Bonici, a Pop the Vote changemaker and also a public policy coordinator at the European Cultural Foundation. So now that we have beautiful silence in the room, I would like to invite our poet Sam to the stage to recite her beautiful poem. Sam.
Thank you. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you for sitting. I'd like to take this moment to invite you to take a breath with me so that we can come back to ourselves and continue this riveting day. So breathe in with me and breathe out. It also helps with my nerves to do it with you. I can't write these kinds of poems. I'm looking at my black screen, at these black walls. I'm looking at my black screen like you're looking at your white ballads and black lies. I'm looking at my black screen that flashes obscene, and I'm looking at my white room bright, beholding. I'm looking at my black screen and praying breathless to only know my mother's eyes braiding peace, while a mother's eyes in black screens beat bulging black. And I have to look at my black screen to screen the information scene dished on plates of another war. Another never or near my feet, but nearer to this beat. A bloodbath that we all share, not being but bought. I'm looking at my black screen and I can't meet the eyes of all those I see, and I can't write these poems of war because the birds blare their memories to me, far from bombs blessed in boardrooms. I'm looking at my black screen and try to write something on war, but I was born in a white net of capital safety, standing, crying, with hands in the air, singing our dues and duties. I'm looking at my black screen and I'm looking at my white democracy. I'm looking at my white votes and I'm looking at my black friends. I'm looking at words that cannot be said but burn in flesh. I'm looking at silent wails in vacuums just outside borders. I'm looking at all your black screens, reflecting your faces before you bid your byes goodnight. I'm looking at black screens for smiles and dreaming our dreams. I'm looking at unholding hands and my hands reaching up to peace in chaos chambers. I'm looking at bodies, rubbed walls, in deep black graves. I'm looking at the mirror at my white skin, going off, fading. I'm looking at your faces, not so different, indifferent. I'm looking at this black screen and there's a face I've known since my mother brought me into the Anthropocene, bruised, blushing, her finger of olive oil in my mouth to soothe the crying. Between the dead that are dead and the dead that are dying, whispering, Izzejt dejjem jitlaf wiċċ l-ilma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you. Leander, please take a seat. Thank you. The poem goes on for a little bit longer, but and you each have a copy of that in your booklets. I'll go straight to it. I know we don't have much time, but I would just want to say that it's so important, and thank you so much for being here with us as emerging artists, as young voices as well, very important voices when we're discussing the future, but also the present. We spoke this morning, or we heard about peaceful protests in Georgia that are mostly led by young civil society actors, students protesting in Serbia. We have a commissioner here who is also responsible not only for culture, but also for youth and for intergenerational fairness. And so I want to go immediately to ask you both about this work. It carries a very powerful emotional tone, frustration, anger, hopelessness. Leander, let's start with you. Why was it so important for you to express these emotions so strongly?
Well, first of all, we didn't want to put any makeup on the reality. And I talked to many people in different communities from different social backgrounds. And what I hear generally is a huge mistrust and disconnection to politics from the people, especially young people. But also on the other side, that people kind of like not understand democratic processes. So I wanted to have this tone for both directions, and we didn't want to, make it something that is not, because the reality is that.
Thank you. Sam?
Is it on? Hello? It's always one of the first comments we get, right? The tone of this work, and I'm a bit red in the face now, and I was shaking because there's so much emotion that comes in this work, and I think when we are talking about hope, we also have to have space to grieve and go through that grief and hold space for anger as well, because we need to, in order to be able to connect to this hope and imagine a better future, we also have to have space for the spectrum of emotion. So I wanted to take this work and this moment as well with you to acknowledge this anger and this grief that we have in this fight for culture.
Thank you. Your work, though, isn't just about frustration. So I think, like you're saying, we need to acknowledge, we need to grieve through that process, but then ideally we also do something about it, right? So action, I think I've heard it many times today, is very important. And so in the extract we're seeing from the screening of your work, we also see this body, right, that falls, that gets back up repeatedly. There's an element of survival in that, but in our conversations we've also spoken about the resilience that this represents. We're also told often that, you know, young people will survive this moment. It's not the first moment in history that this is happening. We will survive it. Leander, you've asked the question, yes, but at what cost? Which I think is a very important question. But when we mention resilience and when we talk about how culture can build resilience, especially in times of democratic fragility, what does that mean for you?
That, for example, on the example of this work, the costume and also the movement are based on the votes that people gave me on an online poll. And if they wouldn't have voted, then I wouldn't be dancing and I would be naked. I wouldn't have a costume, it wouldn't be colorful. So there we can already see the power of community. We can see the power of many different voices together. And also from my own experience when I was a teenager and I was in theater groups, that's where I actually got trust in myself and where I got to know myself by reflecting on others. And I could understand how can I actually work towards a goal with people from different backgrounds and different mindsets. And also now when I work with youth theater groups, I think that's the beauty of all these cultural activities, also dance classes that I'm teaching, is to see many different people from very various backgrounds working together to one goal. And they put every difference aside because they follow one goal. And I think that's what culture can actually bring, also then on the bigger level of the European Union.
I think that speaks to, I think that very much speaks to the complexity of democracy, but also the beauty of it is that we can come around the table with all our different perspectives and with all our diversity. And Sam, you've mentioned, when we talked about this, you've mentioned collective imagination as an important practice. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and what it means to practice it?
Of course. I believe that imagination is our most important faculty as humans. And without collective imagination, not only can we acknowledge the past through memory, reflect the present as artists in society, but without collective imagination, how can we imagine a better future together? So I think culture is an enabler of this collective imagination by providing work, by providing these spaces in which we can dream together.
Thank you. And I would say culture and also art. You mentioned that they are an enabler, but in the next panel now, we will actually speak about the 2% for culture, because when we're talking about culture being an enabler, it also means that culture needs to be sustained, it needs to be invested in, and this is exactly what we hear on a technical level in the next panel. But maybe I will just ask you both, as emerging artists also, this 2% for culture call, what does it mean to you? And maybe indeed, we'll hear about why it's important, but without it, what will our societies look like?
So I want to quote my good friend's Wi-Fi password, which is no culture, no future, no culture, no life, 1, 2, 3. Which I think encompasses it all, you know. Everyone on the political spectrum understands how important culture is. To put culture in a separate box and think that we can live without it as humans is fundamentally wrong. So my answer is no culture, no future. What are we going to do in the future if we don't have this thing that brings us all together? What did every single person in the pandemic do? Facing crisis, you go to culture. Everybody has a favorite song, everybody has a favorite movie, everybody lives and exists within a culture, and therefore, more than anything, it has to be cheered on and fought for every single day.
Leander?
Yes, there's not much to add besides the more rational side of it. Maybe we cannot do it for free because otherwise we have to work in other situations. Like, I don't know what is sometimes thought, but yeah, if I wouldn't have to work in a cafe, I could spend so much more energy on actually creating culture, on actually working with young people, with elderly, intergenerational, things like this. So I think that's why we need it. And yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. We're going to wrap it up, but thank you so, so much for this work, for your voices, and maybe just one small appeal from my side is to make sure that everyone in the room here, I'm sure you have younger colleagues, I'm sure you have the cultural advocates of the future, please make sure that they are a very important part, not included, but a very important part of the conversations that you're having, because this is their future we're talking about, and I hope in the next panel we'll understand how the 2% for culture is going to come about. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, and thanks to Leander and Sam there, setting the scene really for the next panel, which indeed will be rather technical. And to moderate it, I can invite now on stage Luisa Moros, a policy advisor with Culture Action Europe. Welcome, Luisa. You'll be joined here up on stage by the MEP Haida Sousa Silva, a member, of course, of the Budget Committee, a Portuguese member of the European Parliament for the European People's Party, so lovely to have you with us. And also Georg Häusler, who we met a little bit earlier here up on stage, who described himself as a humble civil servant. So we're delighted to have you back with us to go a little bit deeper into those details. And last but not least, Jeanne Prunefaux, that is the Managing Director of the Centre du Cinéma de l'Audiovisuel and also the General Administrator of the Fédération Wallonie-Bruxelles, so a local. Thank you so much for joining as well. Over to you, Louisa.
Good afternoon, dear guests, dear speakers. Indeed, our Cultural Deal for Europe campaign calls for culture and cultural heritage to receive 2% of the total EU budget. Okay, it may seem not enough for some of you, but it contrasts with the meager 0.2% that culture receives at the moment through the Creative Europe program. So now is a timely moment to advocate for the 2% benchmark, because the European Union is preparing its next long-term 7-year budget called the Multi-Annual Financial Framework. It will cover the period from 2028 to 2034. So in this panel, we will discuss how to secure increased funding for culture in the next MFF. We want to know what arguments work best for European institutions, which allies we have in European institutions, and how to ensure better complementarity between European and national funding. So I'm very glad and honored today that we have 3 speakers representing 3 balanced perspectives from the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Wallonia-Brussels Federation, the French-speaking community of Belgium, which is in charge of cultural policy. So Elder Sousa Silva, Georg Häusler, and Jean Prunefaux, thank you very much for joining us today. So the Commission has started preparing its first draft of the next multi-annual financial framework, its first proposal. And we have plans to focus on simplification of the budget to reduce the number of programs. Last week, the Commission presented its competitiveness compass, where it once again reiterated the need to create a new competitiveness fund. So my first question goes to Georg Häusler. Georg, how will these plans of the Commission to focus on simplification and to create a new competitiveness fund affect the future of Creative Europe? And will there be a space in the next MFF to support culture's intrinsic value?
Bit of a question this is to, again, a humble civil servant. Simplification is, I believe, one of these mantras which we always have put forward in all MFF discussions. And simplification is not so much about that it's simpler for us here in Brussels to manage the funds. Simplification is for you, the ones who are benefiting from the programs, that things become easier. And I think we all have a common interest that this is happening and that this is further happening. And we're actually working on this quite a bit with the experience we have from you, the feedback we get from you, those ones who have benefited from Creative Europe program to make the future generation of the programs easier. So that, I think that's one element, and I think you should expect quite a bit of making life easier for those ones who receive the funds. And then, of course, the kind of the big question is how, was the first question, and then it's how much. And then, obviously not getting an answer from me there, because I know as little as you know about that. But what I can tell you is what we need to make for culture, for any other area, but for culture in particular, is what is the value added of European spending? So why do we spend money in Brussels for culture? This is really the question to be answered. I think we have a myriad of answers in this room why this makes sense, because I think the main argument we are using is because nobody else would do and support the type of activity creating a European cultural environment, no national, no regional, no local financial support for culture, and there's so much of it, will do that, because they always only look at the local, regional and national dimension of it. I think that's the kind of argument you need to develop, you need to help us to develop, because internally we are exactly asked this question.
Thank you, perfect. And now let's bring in a perspective from the member of the European Parliament, Elder Sousa Silva. It's your first parliamentary term in the European Parliament, so congratulations. And to us, to civil society, honestly, this parliamentary term also feels like the first one, like the new one, because there are major changes and not all of them are necessarily positive. Some of our colleagues in other NGOs are under attack. We hear more and more members of the European Parliament questioning funding for diversity and inclusion. And within this complex political landscape, how do you personally approach the role and position of culture in the next multi-annual financial framework?
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to be here. It's a pleasure for me, and I'm a lucky guy. I will try to explain. I'm the only one MEP who belongs to the Cult Committee and the Budget Committee. I'm the only one. You can imagine, I'm completely cheated, you know. I don't know. Sneska, you are the responsible for that. Okay, you can imagine my situation, because I was a former mayor in Portugal, in Mafra. I was mayor during 11 years, and I fight during these 11 years for the culture. And I'm here because I was a volunteer in the Portuguese delegation to be in the Cult Committee. I was not obliged to. I was volunteer to be in the Cult Committee. I was obliged to be in the Budget Committee because I received this orientation coming from the delegation, but I'm in the Cult Committee. It's my art committee, you know. It's only to share with you this situation because it's important. The second thing, as you know, we have priorities for this mandate in the Commission and also in the Parliament, and we will follow these priorities. Only to remember the cohesion, agriculture, competitiveness, security and defense, neighborhood, and enlargement. And for me, what is the umbilical cord of all the priorities? It's so easy. It's culture. Culture is the umbrella, it's the umbilical cord of these 5 main pillars of European Union. Doesn't matter if it is the responsibility first of our Commissioner or the European Parliament. We need to work together, and we will work together. And if we think about cohesion, cohesion it's the culture to balance all the places, to have all the infrastructure in the 27 countries. If we take a look in the agriculture, it's culture of agri. Competitiveness, it's the culture of to produce better and cheaper. The security and defense, it's the culture to stay safe in all the 27 countries of Europe. The neighborhood and enlargement. Neighborhood, it's the culture in the diplomatic way, because in the enlargement, it's the culture to invite the 9 European countries to join us in our heart. We are speaking about culture in the 5 main pillars of this mandate. This is the main reason because, in my opinion, culture is a key pillar of the European identity. I don't have doubts about that. And the next MFF, because I'm full committed and working all the days in the European Parliament part in the team, will be simpler, more focused, transformative, and with the huge cut of red tape when we compare with the actual MFF. Fewer programs, more investment in the old areas, but especially in the culture. Now, I think it is the opportunity to rethink our priorities and also to rethink our organization and our cultural programs. If we speak about the Creative Europe, okay, it's a full dedicated cultural program, but Horizon Europe, Erasmus, European Social Fund, New European Bauhaus, a lot of fragmented programs, and what I think and I try to do my best is to organize only one cultural program for the next MFF, dear Commissioner, like we have in Erasmus. Erasmus, it's a flagship program of the European Union. We need to have a flagship cultural program in the next MFF. It's easy to think, easy to say. Okay, I think it's better to stop here.
But we are very lucky to have you as an ally in the Budget Committee, especially. Jean Branfort, please tell us about the situation with culture funding in the Wallonia-Brussels Federation, especially after the elections and after the new Belgian government was formed just a couple of days ago. We know that culture is not their competence, but still culture can be very sensitive to the narratives of the new government. So how significant is European funding to support cultural organizations in the French-speaking community in this political context? And what is the value added of European funding for your organizations?
Well, first, hello everybody, thank you for inviting me. So yes, we have many new governments in Belgium. We had one in July, then there was another one in August, and then there was one yesterday. So we kind of multiply the governments, but it works. Regarding culture, so it's dealt with at the community level. So there is a French-speaking community, and there is a Flemish-speaking community, and a Dutch-speaking community. The government of the French-speaking community said that they were not going to cut cultural budgets. So we're like, yes. And I think they'll keep doing it because they really believe, it's a coalition, and they really believe that we need to finance culture. Why do we need to finance culture? Because we need to be able to have artists that take risks. And risks is actually something that is quite expensive. So we really need to have the budget in order to allow them to try, to research, to develop, to do things that maybe never will bring back any money, but maybe will actually by the end bring lots of money and be known all over the world. So the question of risk is what justifies also public financing. Why do we need European money? As you said, as my neighbor said, we need European money to complete national, regional, local money, because we do not finance exactly the same thing. Let me take an example. For instance, if you take the Creative Europe media part of the Creative Europe program, Creative Europe finances slate for development for films. We do not do that on a community level because it's quite expensive. It's a lot of project, but actually on the European level, it's really worthwhile because when people go and submit for a slate for developing films, they think about the films with an international, a European approach. They want their film to reach a European audience, which is not always the case when they do it on a local scale. So that's, you know, that's one little example. We have many more. For instance, we have this module, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's called Greenshot, and it's a module that helps you to calculate the footprint of your film. This wasn't financed on a regional level because it's something that is not completely cultural, not completely sustainability, it's just right in between. But it's financed on a European level, and it is going to help lots of productions to reduce their environmental footprint, which is good for everyone. So these are just little examples to show you that it's actually the complementarity between all the financing that allow us to keep going and to have this European culture, because what we need is European content. If we don't produce European content, we'll be swallowed by American content and whatever other content there will be, Chinese and so on, and which are good too, but we need to have our own because it's diverse, it's very rich, and it's very original. When I travel to festivals and cultural events, everyone tells me, wow, you have so many great artists in Europe and so different. That's what we need to be working on, and that's why we need money.
Well said. I would like to look back to Elder here and ask him a question about arguments. What arguments resonate most with you when it comes to making a case for support for culture? We in the cultural sector come up with various arguments. We produce many studies that say how important culture is for democracy, for health. Actually, there is the European Parliamentary Research Service that shows that each €1 invested in culture by the EU generates up to 11 euros of GDP. So do these arguments make sense to you, and do they resonate with you?
Okay, thank you. It's a difficult question, you know. Yesterday, I was at a meeting related with Invest EU, and it was said that €1 in Invest EU can generate 15 euros in GDP. 15. And okay, we have. In the other words, I don't believe in these numbers and in these statistics, you know. If you want to be cheated again, ask for statistics, you know. It's the best way to be fooled. This is the main reason because my approach is completely different. We need to explain to the Commission, we need to explain to the European Parliament and also to the Council the importance of the culture, and we need to work in these three pillars. Because if we try to climb and to raise these so highest figures, I think it's not a good approach concerning this area of the cultural matters. The next MFF will be, for me, the huge and the unique opportunity to reinvent the budget, first of all, but also to reinvent the Europe, promoting again our cultural diversity. And then do not come to me with 2%, 3%. Looks like the actual president of United States. I don't support and I don't like, but he is fighting for 5% in security and defense. And in Mafra, it was my former municipality. In the last year, I invested 8% in culture. I invested 8% in culture. We need to raise our ambition. I don't support this 1, 2, 1.5, 1.3, 3.7. It's nothing, because the culture deserves much more, you know. And I support, we don't have limits concerning the culture. We need to put our ambition much more higher than 2, 3. My colleague, the Austrian colleague, told the same. I support your intervention. We need to fight for more. If we go back to the, I think the speech, I don't know if the phrase was coming from the Winston Churchill, because I have some doubts, but the phrase and the sentence was more or less this one. What are we fighting for? We are fighting for culture, you know. It's so easy, so simple. This is the main reason, because I don't agree with 2, 3, or 4. I have my own experience. I invested 8% in the last year. It's not enough in Mafra, you know. Thank you.
Georg, you wanted to comment on that.
One word of a thought. Now, not about the percentages, I'm not going to talk about percentages. The angle competitiveness. Now, it's good in the debate, I believe, it's a strong argument to say, you know, the cultural sector is relevant, important. This morning I had a meeting with the book sector. The book sector has a turnover of 35 billion euros. We could add to this list, and how many employment, etc., etc. It's all good and relevant and important. But you have to be careful with this, because that's a bit of a trap. I see this as a trap. Because it's, in the end, in a simple logic, it's about the economic value and the turnover and the values. Now, if I start too much arguing in this economic logic, I end up in saying the only type of culture I'm supporting is the type which sells. We do have that in cinema. We do have that internally in our services, that there's a strong view of saying we should stop financing this Estonian independent film. We should only support films which are successful in the box office. We should stop in our area translating poetry from Latvia, which we do. We should only support translation of best-selling authors. You might end up very quickly in this logic, saying if you argue too much with the competitiveness and with this economic logic, which I know is so dear to the European Union, that's about the only heart we have, money and what is really in for it, we might lose up the value and the culture. And as somebody said this morning and this afternoon, we have to prove, poetry doesn't pay. It will never be paying. So do you stop for that financing it? And so I think we have to be a bit careful with this argument.
Well noted. So one last question, and then we wrap up to Jean. Jean, how do you see the next MFF supporting culture in the Bologna-Brussels Foundation, and what are the main issues that need to be addressed in the next MFF?
Well, I think that, the question of freedom of creation should really remain a very important point. We have to keep taking care of the artists, and we have to keep financing things that do not bring back any money. That's really the key. That's what you said. I mean, because that's what makes culture too. And if we stop doing that, and it's a debate that we always have in Belgium, because we don't make blockbusters. We do not. But still, I mean, the films are traveling all over the world and they're representing Europe. And so they're worth at least as much as a blockbuster because of that. But it's very complicated to quantify this question of, you know, being there, being part of European culture. And we always go back to statistics and numbers and figures, and I agree with you, it's risky, it's very risky. And it's a tendency that we can see in some of the governments trying to always have those figures in order to justify public financing. I think we should definitely try to consolidate the Creative Europe program also, because as someone said, Europe doesn't have a face, you know, we need to humanize. Well, Creative Europe is also creative desks with people talking to operators, seeing them, knowing their project, and that's a big part of it too, because then artists know, well, okay, I know where the money comes from. It comes from this woman who's working there at the desk. She knows how I can complete my dossier and how I can submit my application. So if I have to say one thing, is let's have a stronger Creative Europe program. We need it. We definitely need it. And we need it also to show the governments that are in doubt, that are wondering, is culture really important? Yes, it is. It is definitely the key to democracy, to citizenship, and we need to have our young people being able to find European content. That's really the key.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jean-Georg Elder. My key takeaways from this panel would be stronger Creative Europe, focus on European value added, support risk-taking, don't focus on statistics and economic arguments alone, reinvent the budget, raise ambition, and number 7, support the freedom of creation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Louisa Moroz, there for that great moderation and also perfect summary, which our visual artist is also capturing there right beside me, and we'll get a peek of a little bit later. But as promised, now it's the moment to hear from the Commissioner himself. We've all read your mission letter, we've seen your hearing, and now you're here live, so we're thrilled to, of course, invite the so-called Three Musketeers back up to sit down with Glenn Michailov, the Commissioner himself. So take it away.
In the middle of us.
In the middle.
Please. Next to Glenn, Wow, what a task now after all that day and with this panel. But here we go. Glenn, thank you for being here. It's an enormous honor and pleasure. I should say Mr. Commissioner, but I've learned that you are. Hello, Nela. Nice to have you as well. The great pleasure so far was to experience how approachable you are and how much you are open for a conversation. But let me just do a very, very short recap. The Three Musketeers, as we are now obviously branded in this meeting, we were quite anxious before the summer. We were quite anxious where everything would go with the elections, with the new commission, where would negotiations lead us. And we thought, let's do a preemptive strike. And our preemptive strike was that we published a mission letter that, of course, is the task of the college president. And we thought, let's imagine a mission letter how we would like it to be, and got it out into the world. And with great satisfaction, we read that your mission letter was indeed very ambitious. And we were quite happy about that. And we also published over the summer an op-ed, the three of us, that we called, gave first the horrible German title, Culture is Chefsache. So it should be at the highest level. And I think if there's one thing that we maybe take away from all the fantastic and rich panels that we had this afternoon, is that there's this great sense of urgency and that there is this enormously valuable cooperation between policymakers and the stakeholders, which I think, I mean, even on that last panel, it's just, for me, it's heartwarming to see what an openness there is to listen to each other and support each other, and even kind of raising ambitions higher to know it's not 2%, it's not 3%, it's 8%, you know, and we are all there on the same page. And yet, are we all empowered enough? Is policy making the level we are at? Because there we function very well. Shouldn't we kind of, do we bring it on the political level? Like, will you be empowered by Mrs. von der Leyen and the others? So let's dive into that a little bit later. I just want to say one more thing, because so far, and maybe because of the press time frame, we are speaking a lot and there's not much interaction. But let me assure you, there has been a lot of interaction, and we as networks, we have the task to consult with our sectors as much as possible. In the run-up of this to this event, we've been consulting with our network members. We had an online consultation. Our network coordination action group has talked a lot, and we formulated 8 questions that we've sent to your cabinet, and of which I know that they were used to brief you. So whatever you say now is in reaction to what these people here think. And then afterwards, we will have some time, the three of us, to maybe dig a bit deeper in the conversation. But now, first, the floor is yours, Glenn. Thanks for being here.
So I hope I don't disappoint you, because I don't intend to use...
I hope so as well.
I don't intend to use a lot of the briefing material. I tend to prefer to speak a little bit informally. I'll share a little bit of a secret. I didn't take permission from you, but I'm sure you won't mind. So I was just in my preparations, reading my mission letter, I received a lot of material also from stakeholders. And I read a lot of the information that prepared. You mentioned the parallel mission letter that you've worked on, but also a lot of the material that was prepared by Cultural Action Europe, by Europa Nostra, ahead of my hearing. And obviously, I didn't know you. So you can imagine my surprise when I was at the airport. I think it was a couple of days after my hearing, and someone just taps on my back and says, "Hi, I'm Lars. We have an event in the beginning of February, and we would love you to join." And so I think fast forward a couple of days, and I'm here. So it's been a long time coming, but it's finally great to be here. I want to take inspiration from what you just said, because you mentioned your consultation with your stakeholders to come up with that material. Today is just the start of a process that will lead us towards the cultural compass. We will have this as the starting point. We will consult, we will listen to feedback, and this is precisely how I intend for this process to work out, but also in cooperation with you, with institutions, with the Council, and with the European Parliament. I wanted to say a few words, because this is a discussion that actually comes at the right time. It comes at the time when we start preparing this compass, and I'll elaborate a little bit on that shortly, but also at a time when, as you've heard in the previous panel, we start preparing for our next MFF and the instruments that will finance our priorities and our visions. Including the Creative Europe program, we will have this discussion on the shape and the form that will take. So again, it's a very timely discussion to have. I want to focus this initial introductory remarks on 3 points. The first is a reflection on the role of culture in our societies and in our democracies. And I say this also with some background and some recent experiences. Our culture is intrinsically linked to our values. Diversity, inclusion, our democratic values, and the list goes on and on. This relationship is one that you tend to appreciate a lot more in times when it gets tough. And these values, let's make no mistakes, these values are now at risk. I was just in Ukraine this weekend. Mykola Tochitsky, the Ukrainian cultural minister, and I met in the first days of my mandate and agreed to convene a meeting of ministers of culture. Now, the connection might not come, natural culture at a time of war, but I was shocked to hear the figures of heritage sites, of artists that were targeted, of artistic venues that were targeted. And this is strategic. If you want to destroy a country, if you want to destroy a population, if you want to destroy a civilization, you attack its culture, you attack its identity. When we were going into Ukraine on Saturday morning, we were told that our crossing on the border would have to be delayed because there was an attack which was ongoing. We crossed, we met the minister, and I was greeted by the news that the night before, a UNESCO World Heritage Site was destroyed. Now, this is not an isolated incident. This is part of a strategic attack, which, as I mentioned before, has now destroyed thousands of sites of cultural significance in Ukraine. So this is one extreme of the spectrum, one extreme, but we also have situations which are very difficult inside our own union. Extreme views continue to grow. I was in Chemnitz a couple of days ago for the capitals of culture, which is a celebration of inclusion, of diversity, of what makes us a union, of our way of life, of who we are and who we aspire to be. And there were protests against these values that we stand for. So, again, another example of why we need a culture compass. Which brings me to a reflection of what I think, or my initial thoughts on this compass. So first of all, this has to be, in political jargon we say we want something to guide and harness the multiple dimensions of culture in our policy making. But as I heard in one of the previous panels, one of the things that causes frustration is this political jargon that people do not necessarily relate to. So I'll try and translate it into simple terms. First, we need to take care of the culture sector. That should be the starting point of our discussion. I heard Leander was the name of the artist who was speaking to. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said you would have more time for culture if it actually, to do your work, if it actually pays. So one of the foundations, one of our priorities has to be the working conditions of culture and the cultural and creative sector professionals. It's been a long time coming. We have to have a discussion on why we have almost half of our people in these sectors which need to work 2 jobs. It's absolutely crucial. I will not go into a lot of statistics, but this is a sector that employs millions of people, almost as much as our agricultural sector in the European Union. So I can bore you to death with numbers, but it's just this one that I will use. So first, a discussion on the working conditions of artists. Secondly, there are new emerging technologies that are affecting our everyday life in every sphere. Now, these bring opportunities with them. We can use them, we can exploit them, we can make use of them to complement our human capital, but they also bring challenges, challenges that we need to react to. I'm referring here particularly to artificial intelligence, which from the literature that is vastly available, it's quite clear that it's having a disproportionate effect on the cultural sectors. And this is something that I think has to feature prominently in our work on the cultural compass. Secondly, so the second dimension of our discussion on the culture compass. We have to see how to promote the use of culture and culture in different policy areas. I spoke a couple of minutes ago about our democratic values, but culture can be an enabler in international relations, in the way we reach out to our partners in the east of our union, but also in our south and with international partners in general. Culture can be an enabler in areas like competitiveness. It can, one of the previous speakers in the previous panels spoke about the potential that culture has to raise capital, to raise money, but this is not where it stops. We can use the cultural sector to help us deliver messages from our climate point of view, from an environment point of view. So this, and using culture as an enabler in different policy areas, and having more coherence, by the way, in the work of our union. We have, I read in the briefing material, because I read the material that is prepared. I think we have some 20 funding instruments where culture is eligible for funding. They could at times have different objectives, but if we're funding culture, then we should have better coordination. Finally, and the third foundation of this culture compass, in my view, is about seizing opportunities, seizing the opportunities that culture presents us to increase our competitiveness in the union, to make the cultural sector more sustainable, and to ensure its longevity. I think this is going to be greatly important in the years to come, especially in view of the challenges that I have just mentioned. And then the final point of my remarks, and I promise you I will prepare and let others speak as well, is a call for support. As our priorities, our vision to have a cultural deal for Europe requires funding. We have just started this discussion on the next MFF. I have no crystal ball, so I'm not able to tell you if it's going to be 2%, 3%, or a different number. But we have to have a united front between the stakeholders in the cultural sector. I'm very glad to see that the European Parliament has, in its resolution on the next MFF, included references on the importance of funding of the cultural sector. And I'm happy to read also that the member states and the ministers for culture in all 27 member states have committed to support more funding in the cultural sector. Music to my ears. I will be an advocate for funding in the next MFF for culture, ambitious funding. Again, I hope to find an ally in you guys and stakeholders in the European Parliament, which was so crucial to have a 65% increase in the last MFF to Creative Europe. We will need to work together in the months to come to ensure that we have adequate resources in the next MFF. But as I said, this is just the starting point of this discussion. We will come with material for consultation, because this discussion will involve consultation with member states, with the European Parliament, but also with stakeholders to hear your view on what should feature in the Culture Compass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're kicking off a discussion here. In the previous panels, we talked also about the question, what for? What for? Why culture? And you know, what is the value of cultural funding also? And one of the trends we have identified is the disengagement of people with Europe, also especially young people. We've done a study tour, what can culture do, and one of the outcomes was actually that especially the young people are disengaging with Europe. What do you think the European Union, the next MFF, the Culture Compass, can do specifically related to this? And then picking up on just the panel before, what could be the next Erasmus in the next MFF, if you can talk now? Of course, maybe you don't have it ready yet, but maybe you have an inkling. Thank you.
Look, I think bringing young people closer to the Union is an investment in the future of our Union. It's one that we cannot do away without. I don't really agree to the idea that people are disengaged. Again, Leander, I'm going to use your intervention as inspiration for what I'm about to say. But the fact that people do not turn out to vote might be also a sign of frustration about not understanding, you know, what we're doing and how this can add value. But it does add value to our everyday life in little things, but also in greater things. I think engaging in conversation is the starting point. Listening to people, you know, listening not just to people singing us praises and telling us the things that we do right, but also how we can improve and be a better version of ourselves. I think this is something that I'm quite committed to do also in youth policy dialogues. I've just come back from Athens last week, where I've had an exchange with a group of 30 young people on various issues, but we had this particular discussion on how culture can promote inclusion in our societies, how culture can be used to create better sense of belonging. And you would be amazed at the ideas, and you know, it's not just about funding, it's not just about money, it's about someone listening and understanding and acknowledging different ideas that exist in our union. The great thing about this culture sector and the creative industries is that they create so much positive energy, and where that positive energy dominates, then the extreme views usually just fade and they're not so prevalent anymore. So again, this is an investment in what makes us as a union distinguish ourselves and what we want to be in the years to come.
Mr. Commissioner, I think, I'm not speaking only for myself, for many people here in the room, we are delighted indeed that you stressed, and I think the number one point for the compass that you mentioned, also the
intrinsic value of culture, and I think that is something that we are, which is extremely important. And I think following up what your director said, indeed, you know, culture is not just an industry. We brought here a little present for you, you know, something to read when you are traveling across Europe and beyond. It is also an industry, but it is so much more. So that is this multiple benefits of culture, cultural heritage that somehow we would want to see reflected in the compass. But at the same time, we are aware that the first compass that was presented is the competitiveness compass, and that the focus on security in defense is an omnipresent somewhere else, or everywhere. At the same time, we also know that democracy shield is something which is important, and we also know that the Green Deal is there. So we are calling for the cultural deal, but there is a Green Deal, and we deeply believe that there is a cultural pillar of sustainability and of a Green Deal that needs to be highlighted. So could we aspire that all these transversal sort of values of culture, cultural heritage, would be duly highlighted in the compass, and in a sense we would need you to be present in debates on all the other compasses, because it needs to have a clear link with all these various other agendas?
So, yeah, a very loaded question, Jessica, but I very much agree that culture should feature in our discussion in multiple policy areas, which is why I want to promote this idea of culture being an enabler in various sectors as part of our cultural compass. So the cultural compass has to guide other policy areas as to how this would feature. I'm very happy to see that although it's a marginal reference, so it's not a whole section with as much prominence as it should have. In the competitiveness compass, there is a reference to the cultural and creative sector industries. So this is, I think, unprecedented in competitiveness documents, and it acknowledges the value that the cultural sector can play in our economies. Also because it's quite clear that in areas where there is a rich culture, then investment is attracted, jobs are created, and society is much stronger and much more coherent. So beyond the climate goals, beyond the Green Deal, where I agree with you, the cultural sector is transforming itself, making itself more sustainable, but it's also pushing and helping us spread the message to other industries to make this shift. I think there could be many more policy areas where we could promote the use of culture to reach our strategic goals. You've mentioned the democracy shield, but you know, in our external action, in our enlargement policy, in our in youth, to name a few. Again, the sky is the limit, and it's up to us to guide other policy areas into using culture as an enabler.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. And let me now get in this ping pong game, take the ball from this mainstreaming argument of the culture as a vector, as an enabler, back to culture as a sector. And you very clearly said in your introduction that the compass would have one clear chapter after the principles about, let's say, the intrinsic value, where you also mentioned the working conditions or technologies like AI. And I wonder, to get back to something that was mentioned on a previous panel where someone said, talked about European content, and let's just dare to speak about European culture. And I know we always kind of think that there are limited competencies within Europe, you know, it's a member state responsibility, subsidiarity, lari. But then meanwhile, we have years and years of Creative Europe projects that produce content and collaborations across borders, that is more than national content. There is European culture, there's European art. So let's get back to the level of ambition of that compass. Is it the first ever cultural policy for Europe that kind of, with full confidence, proclaims we have a European culture and this is how we support it? Of course, I'm expecting a yes, but it's more a trigger for reflection, please.
No. It's in documents, again, we write we have a vibrant and rich cultural sector in Europe, but you never really appreciate it until you feel it. So again, I'm going to share a personal experience from the last few days. I was in Groningen for the Music Moves Europe Awards. And there, you can see how great, how original, and how vibrant our European musical content is. You see young people that bring a city to life, that make it vibrant, that make it colorful, and that in a week manage to create a spectacular show in different places. I've been to a performance of a young, I think, Irish group of musicians in a church that was jam-packed with people and you know, a celebration of what we stand for. So my hope is that we will use this platform to give a platform, this compass to give a platform to our content in the European Union. We have great content. Unfortunately, right now, it's very difficult to reach international audiences, but we want to facilitate reaching international audiences as much as possible through our content, which is magnificent.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Okay, one quick one from this, no? Because I'm getting very nervous signs from the back.
International.
One question, one quick one.
Only one? So we can fight here.
Both ask your questions in a row and Glenn answers them in one go.
Musketeers, one for all for one.
Oh, we started off at the very beginning about the urgency of the times. And just following our discussion, I'm still don't get it, actually. You started with that you went to Ukraine and how you actually saw what happens there. But what does it actually mean for us? Because it's not only in Ukraine, also Europe is a battlefield. We were talking about the movements you saw in Chemnitz, actually, when the right-wingers demonstrated against it. What does it mean for this type of compass? It's not just the same as a normal sort of cultural policy in the last 4 years. This is a different dimension, and at the moment, I don't get it. I don't get the new dimension.
So, very much connected. Yes, you insisted that it's very much burning issues here. Though the commissioner comes from Ukraine, I originally come from Belgrade. We have here colleagues from Georgia. I think this external element is also external, which is external or internal. It's not really external. Sort of the rest of Europe and the relationship between the EU and the rest of Europe, the enlargement, the new Mediterranean agenda. How can we imagine a Mare Nostrum without a cultural dimension? The Middle East, what is happening in the Middle East, etc. So using also culture in the relationship with our neighborhood and the rest of the world as really the most important sort of asset that we can have.
Look, this is about building bridges with other countries that are neighboring us. It's building bridges within our communities, building bridges within our union, and creating the sense of belonging in our communities and with our identity. Okay? Through the cultural compass, our aim should be to create this resilience in our society, to create this strong cohesion in our societies through the cultural sector. Again, we are all ears to listen to concrete ideas and into how we can transform this into a reality. It's our shared objective. So I'm very much keen to be working together with you guys, with the colleagues in the European Parliament and with the member states to take this forward together.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And yes, applause. That's very worthwhile. And you've in your opening statement, you've issued a call for support. And I just want to reiterate that everyone here is in the room is there to support you. I think we would see ourselves as friends, but we are the cultural sector, so we are critical friends. We will always give you an honest opinion, but we will always give you a supportive opinion. And so let's see this as a start of a relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Commissioner, and thanks, of course, to the three moderators there. Last but not least, I'm delighted to say we also have with us here in the room the chair of the Cult Committee from the European Parliament, the Green member of the European Parliament, Nella Riel, who'll be sitting down with Sneska. Thank you.
So, dear colleagues and friends, after this wonderful and rich conversation with the new commissioner in charge of intergenerational fairness, youth, culture and sport, it is my honor, on behalf of the three musketeers, I'm just a spokesperson of the three of us, to have the final conversation with Ms. Nella Riel, who is the chair of the Culture and Education Committee of the European Parliament. We have been fighting so much that the chairmanship of that committee does not come into the hands of the Patriots for Europe. We are delighted that you are the one, who is now in charge. For us, it is an extremely important committee of the European Parliament, and of course, a committee that needs to build bridges in the light of all the conversation that we can have had with all other committees. It's great to have you with us, that you can meet the representative of the cultural heritage, creative industries world. You probably already met many of them already. But just to start this conversation, it's your first mandate as the member of the European Parliament. You come from the Green Party. You have been teacher working with young people in the context of everything that is going on in Europe, inside and outside Europe, what it means for you to have this responsibility, what it means, culture, in that context.
It means everything, it means a lot. It does mean everything. As you pointed out before, I am a teacher by heart. I've been a teacher, a theater teacher actually, German and politics as well, but also a theater teacher. And as you pointed out very rightly, it is so important just now that we have this chairmanship or chairwomanship not in the hand of a right-wing party, but of some progressive party. Me, myself, I come from Volt. I joined the Green Group because I really do believe that culture is crucial in fighting for democracy right now. Democracy, in my eyes, is kind of you could say endangered right now. So I do believe culture now, we needed to actually keep Europe together, to stand strong and keep Europe together. And this is what I, as a parliamentarian, am willing to fight for with my committee, where I do feel I have a lot of strong fellows actually in this fight for culture. Culture as a value by itself, but also culture, as I pointed out, as a tool which is very much underused, I think, right now, because I do feel that maybe there has been a bit of a lack of interest and a lack of knowledge what culture can actually achieve. For me, there's like three very crucial and very important topics right now. Myself, I come from Germany, so I believe right now we do see there's a political shift, or there might be a political shift in Germany. Most of you have heard what has been going on in Germany last week, and I am afraid is too much of a word, but I do fear that we end up with more and more governments all over Europe that actually don't value actually culture, the freedom of expression and the freedom of art. So that is something I want to fight for. And secondly, having said that, I do believe that also looking at the global challenges we have, looking at the US with the new presidency, also there we see that culture as a value is not as safe as we've been hoping for like in the previous years. We already now see like big tech turning away from values as democracy that my colleague, the Commissioner Glenn has also mentioned, plurality. So this is something we actually need to fight for, and we have to make sure that Europe consists as a space for these values where culture actually can evolve. So yeah, that's like the big challenges I see ahead.
Thank you so much for stressing the link with values. You come from Germany, the most developed democracy now in Europe, and we have people in the streets. I come from Belgrade, another country, but with lack of democracy, with autocratic people, are also young people are marching in the street. So we are living in these extraordinary times, and sort of we would very much like to see your committee as the guardian of these values and culture as being the vehicle for these values. Do you see that sort of your work in the Culture Education Committee stops within the European Union, or that external, we just spoke about the external dimension also of the Culture Compass and the cultural ambition of the European Union? How do you feel about that, you know, the immediate neighborhood, the enlargement, but also Mediterranean, and external relations in general, the role of culture? And would you, as a chair of the committee, together with your colleagues, be working on that field?
Absolutely. Again, here I couldn't agree more with Glenn, what he pointed out before, because I do think culture, like taking this perspective of culture into enlargement, is crucial. Building up on international cultural relationships, and by that I don't mean like any kind of paternalistic diplomacy, that's not what I mean, but really voting or be advocating for truly collaboration. That is something I am aiming to fight for. And here I hope I can really rely on my committee. Yeah, so this will be one of my priorities in this mandate.
And what about the way that your committee will be working with other committees? Because we just said that it's relevant for all policies. And is there a way that in this mandate of the European Parliament that these bridges between budget committee, security committee, defense, cohesion, green policies, all policies are relevant?
Absolutely. It's now on me as a chair actually to actually make sure to mainstream culture into different conversations. It's also on my colleagues from the committee, of course. But just to give one example, we do have this new network of policy development mainstreaming, it's called that way. So I actually fought for having a seat in there to actually take culture also into this conversation. I'm also personally a member of the EMPL committee, which is the Committee on Employment and Social Rights, and also here I fight for the working conditions of artists. Then of course taking culture into the budget conversations is crucial. We need to, I mean, you've been talking a lot about the MFF, and yes, I agree also here. I'm there, you can count on me to fight for a proper funding for culture, of course.
Yeah, I don't know whether you were here when we had a panel on at least 2% funding for culture. I hope you have heard that the ambition is we want really to lift up the stakes. So this issue of budget is important.
You have an ally in the parliament.
Sorry?
You do. You have an ally in the parliament. So.
And you have the ally with us. And I think this is also something we wanted to see with you, how in the future also that dialogue between the European Parliament, your committee, and our constituencies, could we imagine to have a big hearing in the plenary room of the European Parliament, where we'll bring all the world of culture to the Parliament to show why it matters, why the culture compass matter?
Yes, yes, again here. Yeah, I think like the dialogue with the civil society is crucial. I consider the Parliament to be a strong voice of the civil society because we're representatives. So I do promise here that I will commit myself to some sort of platform for this dialogue before summer, because I do think this is very crucial. Of course, I have to get back to my colleagues from the committee on this, but we do have tools to engage with stakeholders, and that will take place before summer, because we couldn't do our work without the dialogue. We're not like, in Germany we say Elfenbeinturm, which is a tower of irony, I think, and just do what we in our little heads think is best, but we are there to fight for civil society, and this is something I promise right here and now, yes.
Now, wonderful. Thank you. I think this is a perfect end of our conversation. This is music to our ear. And since, as my German colleague said, culture is the Chefsache, we hope that the President of the European Parliament will be with us at that big hearing as well. So we'll bring all our arguments, all our constituency. We are there, you know, to feed both the work of the Parliament and, of course, of the European Commission and our Commissioner and everyone. So thank you very much. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And thank you, Sneska. And if that dream becomes a reality, all those who've been joining us today online, the almost 2,000, I believe, you'll be able to come to the European Parliament. And I've seen it happen before. Last year there was a degrowth summit and it was full. All the chambers were full of young people and activists all debating about the future, the kind of future they wanted. So hopefully that does become a reality. Now, Sneska, I believe it's time to check in with our visual artist. You're going to have a chat with her?
You have been listening to us and drawing, so I'm always very nervous. You know, what is going to come out of this?
I did correct the color of your jacket in time. You are supposed to see on the screen what I made.
Yes, we do.
Is it working? I'm just gonna step.
Yeah, looks.
Okay. It's not moving, right?
No.
Okay. There was a moving. Oh, it's moving.
It's moving.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Meina. I have been eavesdropping on you for the last 4 hours. What you're seeing on the screen are visual notes. It is my attempt to summarize with text and image what has been said here this afternoon. I think it's going to go on longer than I'm going to be talking. So I think when I stop, feel free to just check out what I made. If you can find your favorite quote, if you, oh, it's back. If anything's missing, actually, you can just like come up to me and go, well, my favorite quote isn't on there. It's going to be online. It's going to be, I presume, emailed to every one of you. There's going to be a time lapse online. And the purpose is that you can all remember today in an engaging way. And personally, thank you for caring about culture. That's really good for me personally. Something I really liked was that there's a lot of energy in the room, but the most energy I felt coming from you was when there was actually the dancer and the poet up here, and everyone got so excited and so happy. And I think that most of all proves the importance of culture. And I'm really happy that you're all fighting for that. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Mina. And now we'll leave the final words with Sneska. And of course, Andre and Lars.
Shall I start? Well, I don't have any final words. Everything has been said. I just want to go back to something that I said in the very beginning and say a thank you. This wouldn't be possible, of course, if the engagement of the political colleagues and friends would not be there, but it would especially not be possible without our members that are here so engaged. And our members are represented by our board. I would like to thank the Culture Action Europe board for their ongoing, unwavering support of what we do. And I would like to thank our team, because I think you've seen a few people of us on the stage. There are more people backstage, and I think each and every one of them has made this possible. So huge applause, please, for everyone that has worked.
With all those thanks, I would like to thank you on behalf of the people in Georgia and in Serbia, because they have been following these events. They feel that there is the support from the wider European cultural world. And I want you to know that together, our three organizations, also as a follow-up of this meeting, we will tomorrow send a message of solidarity and support to our cultural and cultural heritage colleagues and the young generation in those countries that are really looking towards Europe as a sort of to continue the fight for values, the fight which is our common fight.
Well, this has been a very dense discussion, lots of insights, so my head is turning. But I want to keep, or I want to close with this Wi-Fi password, no culture, no future. We shouldn't all have the same, because that's not a good idea, but let's use it. No culture, no future, one, no culture, no future, because I think that at least keeps me alive, and I want to go out of this to the drinks, to the discussion, and to making the best of the culture deal for Europe, which the European Commission calls the Culture Compass. I think we're on the same page in a way, so let's bring it together. So thank you very much, everyone who is here, and let's keep talking and let's keep working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There is nothing left to say. Thank you to you as well, and thank you to everyone in the room. Thank you to the Commissioner, our MEPs. Thank you to all those who have made today a reality, all the faces you cannot see behind the scenes, and all the team from all the different partners. And thank you for being an amazing audience. You've been sitting here for the last 4 hours. You didn't even get to speak, as well as our online audience. There was just so much to take in, so thank you for being here. And now the networking can start. You can hear the clinking of the glasses, so those in the room, do enjoy that. And of course, there will be a copy of this programme available as well to rewatch, and of course what Mina did as well. So thank you so much, and take care.